Sangguniang Panalawigan of the province of Bukidnon. Presided by the provincial vice governor of the province of Bukidnon, Rogelio Esmonio. May the request of the body to please rise.
Page 26, Sangguniang Panalawigan, on its 45th regular session is hereby called to order. For our invocation, may we request other than proceeding to lead prayer, Chairman Francisco.
Let us put ourselves in the presence of the Almighty God. For those who can make the sign of the cross, let us make the sign of the cross. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, we thank you today as we gather in this legislative hall. We pray for our leaders, especially our provincial leaders, headed by our governor, our provincial lawmakers, headed by our vice governor. That we invoke your blessing today, together with their family, with their staff, that may be always safe from this pandemic. And together with us, let us pray also for the member of the cooperative, the Deacon Bosico, that through this today we are asking you to send forth the spirit of wisdom, spirit of understanding, so that we can come up with a better solution which benefited the people of Bukidnon. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please start to lead the sing the national anthem.
Sa lahat puno sa simay at sa langit mo.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Roll call. Provincial Vice Governor Rogelio Encino.
Yes.
Board Member Mario Villa Balesti Jr. Absent. Board Member Arlen Diago.
Present.
Board Member Benito U. Baguio. Board Member Wilfredo I. Balanzal. Board Member Nemesio B. Beltran Jr. Board Member Minerva C. Casinabi.
Present.
Board Member Oliver Owen L. Garcia. Absent. Board Member Francis Present. Board Member Richard D. Macas. Board Member Melcher P. Maramara. Board Member Joseph D. Palmada. Board Member Ranolfo E. Pipito. Mr. Chair, there are 12 present inside the session hall. There is a quorum.
There's a forum. So this court session is in order. This is the coordinator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, everyone. Our calendar of business for today, for this afternoon session, includes 16 items for first reading, 2 items for second reading, and 4 other communication items. And since copies of our agenda have already been posted in advance in our website for the notification and consideration of our members, I move to approve our set calendar of business as presented in the chair.
May seconded. Comment, may agenda. None. Motion approved.
The minutes of the 44th regular session held in this session hall on May 26, 2020 have also been posted in our website in advance for the review and corrections of the members. Thus, I move to dispense with the full reading of the minutes to the chair.
May seconded. Comment. None. Motion approved.
I move further to approve the minutes to the chair.
May seconded. Comment on these minutes. None. Motion approved.
At this point, Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the session in order to wait to our public hearing.
Okay. Any second? May seconded. House rules. We have our public hearing of the committee as a whole. Our invited guest is the General Manager of Musico and the General Manager of PDPO, Mr. Ray Rinaldo Palama and Mr. Christopher Dolpo. I think some of the members also are there. From the board of directors, I think the chairman of the board of directors are present. Oh, Musico. Also with the PDPO, the chairman of PDPO is here also. So, to have this public hearing committee, the committee as well, this region, we request Attorney Beltran as our pro leader, as the moderator. So, Attorney Beltran, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. As you can see on the screen, we have our agenda. Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Opening remarks now.
okay, also we have my opening remarks. Yeah. This invitation was posed by the provincial governor, Governor Sinaga Subiri, and also the committee chair on public utilities and public service. But since all the board members are interested also in attending this meeting on public hearing, so this was to be public hearing on committee as a whole. I think we have all concerns on their dealings, and they cannot understand also maybe on the how it is computed the billing, because some have overpriced, overpriced billing. So with this meeting, I think this will be made clear. We can understand how it was computed. So I also requested the chairman, board member Maramara, because he is one, the complainant also on the TV, to present his bill. So as one of the point of discussion during this meeting. Board member Maramara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rinat you know. Are we now on live streaming? Okay, thank you. This is the first time in this Anggunian Panarigan that we are being
Before we proceed, we recognize board member Garcia, Tony Garcia.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Present everyone, especially to our guests, the full force of the Filipino Signal Cooperative, and our friend in Mexico. Because for the second invitation to chair, now Filipo is included. Because last session, last 42nd regular session of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, I think that was May 12, 2020. We have invited Bukidnon Second Cooperative, in which their very able general manager, Sir Christopher Aidolfo, was here together with his company, the other managers of area managers of Busico and some of the board of directors. Now, Mr. Chair, upon the discussion during that session, we asked the Bukidnon Second Cooperative if the abrupt increase of the reading for the bills on the month of April was due to any reasons that they have had explained here in this plenary session. And somehow, during the deliberation, some of the board members here, especially board member Majority Floor Leader Attorney Petran, board member Attorney Owen Baba Garcia, and some, in fact, board member Matas, has also given their peace and to be enlightened. Mr. Chair, during that interpellation, Mr. Dolfo admit that somehow along the conversation, there is a statement here that he admits that ang katong mga wala ma-consume sa mga dagko ng mga konsumante, in which akong gibayaran sa power supplier, some of it or kanang disparity ato is na-charge sa ato ang mga residential consumers. So, para nato na maklaro kay dili mo sa ilang advisory, Busico COVID-19 Advisory number 4, May 18, 2020, sa Dixon of queries. In fact, for myself, I have received numerous calls, texts regarding as to why there is abrupt increase of bills in the month of April. And of course, we have to answer that it is because, according to the Busico, it was being, what we call this, should I say, relegated or charged to the residential users. Katong atong giingon nga diferensya. But then, nikalat na itong istorya. Nikawas din yung advisory. Nahimo na dahil kami makakon. Nasako na siya itong nibighan, nasako ni Baba. Kaya nahimo na kami makakon. So for the record, Mr. Chair, and since time immemorial, every time we have a session here, we always have a record as to what transpired during the session.
This is the transcript.
Other than the hardbound transcript, we also have recording, what we call this, transcript. So with that, Mr. Chair, please, akong ipadungog sa inyo, para ito mga so, please, pili pa maminaw sa audio 1.
Dear Mr. Chair, I am Christopher Dolfo, the present officer in charge of Buseco. And with me, Mr. Chair, I'd like to introduce our board of directors from district of
Kasi sunod po din sir. Hindi ka mo anisan kayo sa sunod na. Hindi mo itong accept siya ngayon, isulti ko sir. Okay. So sa audio ko, palihog akong i-play.
Yes. Board Member Garcia.
Ang mga recovery cost din ha. Wala may kita kay wala may kalahante to, wala may itong large users.
By the way, this is Atty.
basta
Basa
na
Garcia.
sila din kay itong fix. Di man man as saan eh. Tapos pwede saka ang mga rates. So hindi man po sila supply agreement nga nana. So appeal din sila. So ma-charge din na sa konsumante. Kaya ipasa naman na sa Buseco. So, mula din namin Mr. Chair, what else can say ang invest sa power supply producers? What else can say? Kaya bisan buhay, igamit silang kurente, benta. Na siya, bisan ang actual nilang production sa ilang capacity, di ba? Pwede mo siguro na hinayan, di ba?
Yes, naikipagawas kaduhang advisory ang Energy Regulatory Commission na for the month of March, bayaran sa atong Buseco for equal monthly installment.
Wala din ipon.
So, muna gi-extend po nato sa consumers.
Prolonging na ako nila mo kana.
Yeah.
Okay, dito sir, nakaingon ka og yes. Pero ang imong pagkita ito na yes, more or less dito to sa iyang pangutanan niya to medyo baba na. Di bagay gihapon ninyo ang bayaron karon sa mga tao into for equal installment. But then, according ato dito, so ito ibalik.
Yes. Board Member Garcia.
Ang mga recovery cost din ha. Wala may kita kay wala may kalahante to, wala may itong large users. So, ipasa din karon din kay itong fixed. Di man ma as saan eh. Tapos pwede saka ang mga rates. So, hindi man kung sila supply agreement nga nana. So, appeal din sila. So, ma-charge din na sa konsumante. Kaya ipasa naman na sa Buseco. So, wala din namin Mr. Chair, what else can say ang
Wala na nimo siya sir dispute na statement ni board member Garcia. Kaya ipasa ra na sa Buseco. Na-charge ka na sa consumante. Isa na consumante.
Yes, yes.
Okay, kaya nasod sa kato. Arita sa audio 3.
is the contracting capacity. We're talking here of the distribution companies contracting with the producers, correct? Okay. And then the slowdown in wala natin naabot tong sa ni
Usual na itong demand.
usual demand kay wala lagi large scale users. So kita rin magbago. Divide equally.
Divide sa tanan nga energy sales sa whether residential, low voltage, and the higher voltage.
Okay, stop. So, klaro yun kayo na sir. Klaro yun kayo na. Whether, balik sa dito, follow. Divide sa tanan ng energy sales, whether residential, low voltage, and the higher voltage. So, kung kami mo inapan, muna pag backline to gabang, kung kami mo namasak, hindi klaro mo kayo sa itong statement rin. Tayo na ingon nga, ipapublic ang pulo din ang tusulot. Terus ako, yun na ba ito? But, yun lang, pwede ako yun sa din yung mga tao. Kaya, medyo, like, nayat itong mga resolution ko, board member, will grant pass the resolution for you to refund whatever increases that you have board with the users and a resolution coming from board member Macas. So, hindi ka naman sumagon karon. Para gating punto sir, please, muli pa rin nga ito purpose. Nandun na tayo record yung audio recording para may bawang yung ito kung sa ipanggawi ang mga ito din. Para tayo focus. This is a public record. Hindi pwede nga dili ng ito magawas. Kung kisay mo kinanglan ani. Not unless kung ordinary or ang sanggunian decide so in case that what we call this is an order situation. So naayang mo mga session na dili na mo yung public. So kinita lang open na siya, open is sa public. Problema lang kay mo lagi itong medyo nasakit sa kay dagan kayong sa social media nagpangutana sa amo. Siyempre, ito ba kay mo may among dunggal diri. Karon hatag mo advisory na kami na mga ulawan. Pata mo istorya na wala man tinuod. So kana lang ako. Then so balik na ko kang board member Beltran de Suchet. I will reserve my other questions during the question and answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for member Malamara.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, as we can see in the agenda, we will give time to the General Manager of Puseco to give an opening statement, and this will be followed by interpellations. The order of interpellations for Puseco, Mr. Chair, will be Board Member Malamara and his representation, and then Board Member Matas. For Puseco, and of course, the presiding chair will always interject anytime. And for Puseco, Mr. Chair, we will also give time to the General Manager for his opening statement. This will be followed by interpellations. First by Board Member Garcia, Board Member Pipito, Board Member Pipito, and then Board Member Macas, and maybe from his representation also, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we'll recognize first the General Manager of the sector.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the opening, if you allow us to first, our board president will say something, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
As an opening statement.
Yes,
Yeah.
the chairman of the board.
Chairman of the board, Father Danilo.
Yes, Father.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, the chair and this everybody. Again, thank you. I appreciate very much your initiative in inviting us for the second time, and we are happy to that. And for the last May 12, I apologize that there is misinterpretation and misunderstanding of what we are about to impart. So, dahil naman dito niya, mas mahal siya kaya mabalik, otro, mabalikan na to, as presidente lang kanina, na yung misinterpretation ra, no? Na yung misinterpretation ra to, so later on, explain na siya para na, kita may mga leaders, di man mo sa ito, we can present also exact and correct information. So, may I request that our Sabah Board of Directors, very compassionate this year, a full force leader, and the board na.
Okay, so
Say thank you. So I'd like to introduce our board of directors coming from Nandapan, the Diskura Momo. And Erlinda Basira coming from City Malibalay. Francis Bonio from Bauman. And Edna Malasati from Liguna.
muna.
And ni Kasinabi from Kabanasan. Gloria Ranelli Prepasolong. LB Pinay from Manoportex. Ugato representing Suminao and Talaca District. And also present with us our two legal counsels, Attorney Jao and Attorney Geralis, and our Manco, together with our our General Manager. So again, thank you for inviting us, and we are always happy to be invited to clarify some issues. No? Eh, kung ka mo nasakitan mo, basic nyo i-post sa Facebook. So, hindi man na siguro sa ila dito, we are to come to settle mag-present ang information on sa matter is what is a real information. No? Gusto kami, i-review po sa namo ito karoon ng acquisition. So, ano magka-come up? I said, in and behalf of SECO, I apologize that there is misinterpretation and misunderstanding of the statement of the manager. So, ipag-explain na niya o niya, isang sinod-sinod kung di pa balikan to din naman na siya. Para makamablang ito ang settlement na dili ka the heart mo, sorry kayo, we apologize atas ka. And we apologize also the heart sa me. So,
Chairman.
let's go. Chairman, thank you. And
Thank you.
now we acknowledge our Chairman Manager to present.
Yes.
Answering the following questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
General Manager Gulfo, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to Mr. Honorable Basmati. First, I'd like to make I apologize, Mr. Chair, that there is a miscommunication during the time that I presented and explained the causes of the electricity bills of our member consumer owners. And based on the audio that earlier ipadungog sa ato, I admit that that is correct because at the time we are referring to the pass-through charges and we are not referring to the rate of OSECO, which is the distribution supply metering. What we are talking, I recall at that time, is the pass-through charges like generation, transmission, of which the ERC has the guidelines in how to compute. As to the term to pass on, siguro the appropriate term is na spread, Mr. Chair, sa remaining na consumers. Like in my statement, there is a low voltage, there is a high voltage, and of course, appeal ang atong residential consumers. So, appeal ang higher voltage to this effect, not only the residential consumers. Now, we prepared if you allow us to present briefly, Mr. Chair, the causes really of the spike of electricity bills, because as to the rate, there is only a minimal increase, which is only 13 centavos for the month of April. And if you compute, if you are consuming 100 kilowatt hour, that's only 30 pesos, Mr. Chair. So basically, that is not the factor why there is an increase of electricity bills, but it's more on the consumption because of the general community quarantine. So this is your first slide, Mr. Chair. This is just to show that this is not only happening in our franchise area, but also in other provinces. In fact, from the news bits that we gathered, residents in the province complaining of higher electricity bills and even water bills, specifically Camarines Sur Electric Cooperative and Pangasinan Electric Cooperative. Also, our sister electric cooperative, Ideco, nag-release po sila ng advisory, and also similar to other issues like Moresco 2 and Dasorico, explaining the impact of the general community quarantine. Because before the GCQ, the operation of the electric cooperatives, pareho lang man siya, Mr. Chair, except that during the GCQ, particularly those areas, highly urbanized areas, are the most affected, Mr. Chair, because during the time before the GCQ, during daytime, naaman sa mga offices o mga establishment na trabaho mga consumers in the highly urbanized area. But pagabot sa GCQ, nag-change ang lifestyle, nag-stay at home, so most of the time, nasa atong mga balay. So hindi natin malikayan na there is a change of habit in paggamit sa atong electricity. Next slide. Even the private distribution utility, Mr. Chair, like Meralco and Davao Light, also explain to the consumers the impact of the ECQ, Mr. Chairman. Next. So this is a short illustration that before community quarantine, this is the lifestyle or this is the habit of our consumers. Atong mga anak na sa eskwelahan, kaya wala ko man ito na suspended classes. And then most of the time nasa offices and uban po sa mga tindahan o mga establishment. But during the community quarantine, nag-stay at home ng atong mga nag-change. So nasa balay, yung tumalikayan na instead na gabilan ang atong kuryente na gamit, maybe pag-abot sa adlaw, telephone, conditioning unit, hindi na tumalikayan na extend a number of hours because of the GCQ. And labi na sa atong mga bata na gadget at the same time na TV, and then mag-abot sa kuhan, mag-ato sa refrigerator, free. Then that habit, Mr. Chair, for 1 month, ako na siya effect kay maandar man ang compressor. So, dito na ay contribution to the consumption. So, we explained that on March 8, the President issued Proclamation number 922, declaring public health emergency throughout the Philippines due to the spread of the coronavirus disease. So also the provincial government on March 17, nag-issue si Governor Executive Order 13 series of 2020, an order declaring general community quarantine in the entire province of Bukidnon. So mo itong stay at home sa mga member consumer owners. And there was a advisory from ERC in March that in order to avoid the spread and to help the government to avoid the spread of this virus, napagawas ng Energy Regulatory Commission March, I may quote Mr. Chair, that for the safety of the meter readers and to comply with the physical distancing directives for the containment of COVID-19, the Section 3.5.4 of the Distribution Services and Open Access Rules for DISOR on the utilization of the estimated billing. Ang ginamit na term sa ERC, estimated billing, may be applied provided that the word estimate be clearly written on the consumer bill and that corresponding adjustment be made as soon as practicable. So just like in other electric cooperatives and in other provinces, we also implemented the average billing na term na ginamit. Para medyo ma-layman siya, kung estimate, medyo nasa confusion. So nga kung gigamit na term is the average billing. Now the basis for the average billing is katong 3 months. No? But before that, Mr. Chair, for the information of the Honorable August Body, that for the entire franchise area of Buseco, there is only a 3% increase for the month of March before the GCQ and 5% increase for the month of April. But for Malay-Malay, kaya naman dili highly urbanized man ang barangay, nabot siya of 15%. That's what I'm saying, katong mga highly urbanized area, medyo taas ng ilang electricity consumption as atong mga residential consumers. No? For other areas, wala kayo sa movement, no? May naman siya, except for Manolo, Cortez, and Malay-Balay. No? Medyo taas ng iyang saka sa consumption sa atong mga residential consumers. Next slide. So, how we will illustrate kung saan na mag-conduct ang atong pag-average, Mr. Chair. This is mo na naka-confuse atong member consumer owners. So maybe in our part, medyo na pa may kinahanglan improve in terms of informing our member consumer owners on the information education campaign. So we base it on the 3 preceding months. That is actual, no? December, January, and February. and this is actual consumption of the consumer, wala na mag-iingan lang. And this is the previous reading, mo ni siya ang atong present reading sa mga previous. So for example, in December, mo ni ang previous reading, mo ni present. So nasa consumption na 561 kilowatt-hour. So kini niya present reading, may mga po niya o previous reading pag-abot nato sa January. Then magbasa ang committee reader, mo na po niya reading 67,699. So for that month, siya 415. Abot ang February, may mo na po na niyang previous reading, and then the present reading is 68.27. So nasa consumption 458. So ginunta ang average, ang atong average is the consumption, not the amount. Di ba na nag-ibog lang naman. So the 561, 415, we sum up this kilowatt hour and then we divide it by 3. Muna nakakam up sa for the month of March, ang iyang average is 468. So for the month of March, ang present reading for February na mo yung previous reading. And then we will just add the consumption, the 468, so that we can come up with the present reading. Kaya nga itong gadget, hindi man natin pwede i-key-in ang consumption directly sa itong reading. But we will key-in the reading. So, muna mo gawas ang sa March, the same Japon, yung average, kung i-key-in naman mo siya, 468 Japon. And then we apply the rate for the month of March, which is 1210. So, muna yung bayaran ng natin na consumer. Now, for the April, when we resume our actual reading, the previous reading, muna po niya, which is na-appeal din ang average, 68,595, and then this is now the actual, 69,611. So, ngayon mo siya 1,016 kilowatt hour. So, mamaya pong rate na tayo mo na yung mention that there is a 13 centavo increase for the month of March. So, muna ngayon ibayaran for the month of March is 12,426. So, during this period, kining average, since nga natong ibasihan is the previous, there is a possibility that during the GCQ, this is not the true energy ngayon na nagamit. But hindi taas, kaya naman siya sa balay ng siya. So muna siya ang implement sa itong Buseco Mr. Chair. Now, in order for us to validate if sakto ba siya ang gigamit o ang gibil sa itong member consumer owners, usually muna yung gina-explain that if you contest the averaging, we can ignore the averaging, but we will use the previous reading, which is February. So muna siya ang atong February, wala ka nag-reading kung hindi mo bayad ng consumer for March, kaya i-contest. So ang atong ibasihan is the actual versus actual now. Kaya nag-resume naman ta sa April. So from 68,157, parihan na siya, muna nga niya previous reading, kaya wala man ta, ignore na to ang averaging. But the same thing, 69,611 nga po ng atong reading. So parihan na po ang result, 1,484. Kung i-apply na to ang rate for April, muna ni come up sa 80,149. Ang dali lang, Mr. Chairman, we need to close our sales kay mo man po ng bangga sa atong purchase. And then, secondly, we need to submit reports to the Energy Regulatory Commission because we cannot, monthly mo siya, monthly mo submit a report na kagawa mo ng DERC, issue an advisory. If hindi pwede siya to observe the physical distancing, you can use the average. So practically, mo ni siya ang result whether ito validate or we will compute the averaging and of course this atong actual meter reading. This is an illustration na increase. Na po possibility, Mr. Chair, kay namin mga queries like during the time na akong business, so this is common to the low voltage, mga commercial establishment, how come na ako bill na pag-abot sa March, na ako bill na wala naman po diya, kaya nag-CP naman. That is correct because we use the average. So practically kung average itong buwan, nakita bill, pero wala pa diya sa inyong balay. So muna siya nga atong mato sa office, ato explainan, kaya pag-abot na po sa April, that will counterbalance. Mukha may rapon na siya kung wala mag-ipusong buwan na. So meaning, pag-resume sa atong April, makorek pa niya siya, Mr. Chair. So same ani, atong di-validate, pareha na po naging energy. In this case, this is a classic example sa itong mga business establishment. Una nga mo na, isod mo ko siya ma-explain o kung ano, kailangan ta o data ang background sa itong consumer para siya masabtan niya ang iyang history. So, Yung nani ang atong implement, and then atong yung siyang i-validate na pareho lang ang atong implement, whether we use the actual and the average, Mr. Chairman. Next. So, in terms of our rates, sa March 12.10, sa April is 12.23, so na difference na 13 centavos. Maybe the 13 centavos, kung makadungog tayo is dako, makaya dyan, no? But kung i-apply na to in terms of peso value, and applying the rate increment of 13 centavos, that's only 650, Mr. Chair, for those consumers consuming 50. For those consumers 100, 13 pesos. Katong nagkonsumo 500, that's only 65. So why not times 2 yung bill? It's purely the consumption. Muna nga itong based on our analysis, it's purely the consumption. Di na itong malakayan, yung nabi pagsaka, so muna nga itong explanation, Mr. Chair, nga the rates, hindi kayo siya factor, matong yung last one na ito, okay, nagluyan ang explanation sa rate. But this is a money factor, the power consumption of our consumers. Yes. So that's all. That will be all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mara.
Please, Mr. Chair, can we go back to the slide where you've shown the averaging for the month of March? This on that first, what we call the data, kanang yellow, March 20 average, 68,127. Reading na siya
Actual.
sa present reading na siya sa month of February.
Yes.
So, nag-average of 468 kilowatt hours sa March,
Yes.
because lagyan ng add, then divide by 3. So, konsumo niya 468 na sa gapon. Ni gikan ni kuha ning actual reading ni siya sa usa ka konsumante.
Kini average.
No. Kini ba siya? Inyong ipakita.
Yes.
Actual reading
Yes.
siya. Kanang ubos ang 468 average sa March, kana siya kana.
Yes.
Mana siya ang katong sa average sa March.
Yes.
So ang iyang rate is 12.10 pa siya.
Yes.
Muna iyang nabayaran. Pagka April, yun sa natin yung pag-compute. Actual reading na ng 69. I-base na sa niya ang himo na sa niya previous reading ang kana.
Yes.
Okay, so ni-cap up siya of 1,116. Anong ni-shoot up na kasi sa mayo?
Yes.
Board,
Katong
excuse me, board. Walang may reading sa March.
Lagi, average
sa
Okay, average
March, average, gidugan sa April. Mga na ito na sa April, ako kayo.
Pero, mo diferensya din ha, kay i-multiply man nimo sa rate. Pag dugang pa nimo sa month of April, nga din ibayaran na nimo sa month of March. Then i-multiply mo balik sa rate, shoot up yun siya.
Dili, Mr. Chair.
Ah,
Sir Chairman, ang ibayaran namin, supposedly, yung bayaran for the 2 months is 1,484
for the 2 months.
kilowatt hour. Since ngayon nagbayaran ng 468, 12,000 na lang yung ibayaran, 426 for the month of April.
April.
Kaya kung dili siya musugot sa dinabayaran ng average, pwede gapon. Pero, we will base it on actual na. So, kung actual ka dili, plus actual ni siya, so 1,044. Pero ang rate na itong ma-apply, kay April naman, close naman ta sa actual, ma-apply sa iya is 12.23.
Ano lagi ang pang-
So, kung siya na, medyo advantage ka man, kami na po, sa March, kaya mas lesser man ang rate for the month
Lagi,
of
ang
March.
pangutang na dahil, anong i-add pa man ninyo ang kay para na atay previous. Yeah.
Oo.
Atay
Ang labilan niya.
Yes.
So, itong issues lang lugar na nidako din ang iyang orange tape.
Ayan, third month.
Nanay akong building na ayat bet na month of March, nidako yun sa dakong bill. Nagpuyot naman tanang tao sa balay. Sila ha, YouTube, ako ang Netflix, na bata Netflix. Paspas tayo, computer, nandungan-dungan. So, nidako yun, pero naay sa din yung Facebook sa lagi sa kining 2013.
tungkol sa verification, wala nang nagpupika pa.
Thank you.
Kaya Atty. Baba.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you, General Manager, Mr. Dulfo. Clear kayo ni sa residential na computation. Tagay daw may high voltage.
Okay.
Katong wala nag-function ang iyang metro kay wa siya ay operations. Palihog daw. Unya, tanaw na ito kahanag pa ingon na kanang kung saan nawala na consumption. Sige, palihog daw.
Yes, for higher voltage, Mr. Chairman, since nga 300 lang na sila pabuo, ato na siya i-according.
Okay?
Oo. But the some low voltage residential motor.
Just no problem with the averaging. You just show to us asa nagpaingon ang lost consumption. Kaya you entered into a contract with the producers, fixed money. You buy this much kilowatt hours, isa ka tuod ang residential, nawalan man pud mo dito consumption sa high voltage o sa low voltage. Oh. So tanaw na to, and how did you recover this yung sa ninyo? Sige.
Thank you, sir. We will show the in the previous session, namin katong na-recall, i-present na mo how we compute the generation rate. So, pero katulad siya is medyo taas, but we have a presentation na regarding the fixed cost and variable cost. Kaya mo man siya effect that na-clarify na to na kung mag-down ang atong purchase, remain ang atong fixed cost, normally, nagit siya yung contribution sa increase sa tariff sa generation, which is a pass-through charge. These pass-through charges, like to clarify, that this is the revenue neutral, Mr. Chair. Wala mo paingot ng Buseco because that is only a recovery of the cost, and that computation is in accordance to resolution number 2016 series of 2009. Now let me
May matalan na ako sa inyo, kailangan na ta. So kanang 13 centavos increase, pass through na?
Yes.
Okay. So muna siya ang variable na loss sa
combine siya.
Oh. Gipasa lagi ang losses dito sa high voltage at low voltage, i-pass on sa residential through an increase in the rate
Pass-through charges.
Pass-through
Pass-through
charges.
charges.
Yes, we're not accusing Buseco, okay? Non-stop ng profit mo,
Yeah.
di ba? Pero dapat na ibawan sa katauhan sa Bukidnon na kanang pass-through charges, the generation na giagi lang yung ipasa ninyo. So, gawin na to ng 13 centavos. Pero hindi mo na i-compute sa times pag nagdoble ang ilang energy consumption, maka-affect din na. So, mura na ang point nga gusto na mong ipaklaro. Pag ingon na mong ipasa, okay? Wala may ginansaw ng Buseco dire. In fact, napamoy kulit na mo di ba? Oh. So, iklaro lang na, inimura man na among ginasulti, klaro sakto man sa kang imong giingon, pasa sa konsumante. Pass on to the consumer. But wala man may labot na kay sa generation na. Oh. So dili na ta mag-post anang sa sayop na tag sinabtanay na sapo na sakitan na mi dinhi. Pagawas mong advisory, klaro man nagibalik-balik man ang pass-through. Pero kita ra mi nagkasinabot dinhi, pag-abot dito sa social media, dili na mao ang unsa ni. So ang ordinary tao nga nagpasa po sa inyong advisory, nahulog yung bakakon. Di ba? We're not accusing Buseco of anything. Okay? It's true that you pass, including Pebeco, gipasa ninyo kay mo gikan sa losses ninyo dito sa, di magiging losses, lost consumption on the part of the high voltage and low voltage consumers. That's why there is an increase of 13 centavos. That's true for you and for Buseco, correct?
Yes.
Sige, palay na.
So this is an example to have a better understanding on how we compute how it will affect if there is a decrease of consumption. Now we have the fixed cost and the variable cost. So this is the total. Total na to for variable cost and total for the fixed cost. Mga itong mabayaran sa for the cooperative. So total na more or less mga 100 million o mabot sa tasay 110 per month. So for the energy consumption, for example, sa atong fixed cost and variable cost, and in February, for example, this is a 16 million, mo niya to purchase. So ang iyang fixed cost rate is 388. For the variable, kanang variable, Mr. Chairman, kung unsay atong na purchase, more po na siya ng atong ginabil sa atong consumer, kung pila ka energy. So 258, and then money total, money siyang 6.4638. Now, pag-abot sa ato sa March, na siya difference, pila difference na more or less 500,000. Because of the first na yung mga katulingon na to, slow down mga businesses, affected ang purchase. So na siya yung nag-drop siya 523. But our fixed cost remain constant. So muna yung ingon that the fixed cost is fixed in amount but variable in terms of rate. Kaya change man siya. So na yung siyang 4. At on the other hand, sa atong variable cost, nag-decrease siya gamay, kay nigamay man ang atong one, mag-base man din siya sa energy. So, in this example, ang net effect niya, nasa increase gamay from 6.46, na yun mo siya 6.48. This is without the, wala pa yung value-added tax, and naman siya lain yung mga component and the process, no? Pag-abot nato sa April, from 15 million, na yun mo siya 14, so nanay decrease gamay sa energy, 668. So, remember nga itong fixed cost, more or less mamawra yapon. So, kung nilamay siya, na mo siyang 4.17. So, ang ato pong variable cost, nag-decrease siya, but ang total effect niya is 6.43 as it. So, in other words, Mr. Chair, since nga ang kining fixed cost will remain constant, and ang atong denominator, kung mag-change siya, nasa effect sa ito. But this is not this is the methodology computation as prescribed by the Energy Regulatory Commission, Mr. Chair. So, muna siya itong basihan.
Manager, can you go back to the previous slide? Kanang 3.88 rate, and then sa fixed cost, and then you move to the other in March na yung 4, and then you move to April na yung 4.17. How is this arrived at?
Because of the divide lang, Mr. Chair. Muna siya yung numerator, this is the denominator.
Okay. So, that is now in terms of pesos na siya?
Yes.
So,
Per peso per kilowatt hour.
this peso per kilowatt hour. So, for 62 million, let's say take the case of February, 62,653,454.51 kilowatt hours divided by the actual consumption of 16 million 139,145.6. So, ni result of 3.88. Okay. Can you show us January, December, January, and also? Nakakabang yung computation na. Kung nagsugod ka sa February.
February lang eh.
Wala po na nag-averaging, anak.
Wala.
So meaning to say, kay kaubos ang consumption, kasaka ang rate. Okay, sa high voltage at sa low voltage. O tanan eh.
Tanan.
Okay. So look at this scenario. Tanan ni consumer class, low voltage, high voltage, residential. Nag-low voltage, naggamay ang consumption sa high voltage at sa low voltage. Nagsaka ang residential, yet overall nag-ubos din ang consumption.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, because of that, nagsaka ang rate. Correct?
Pass through.
Oh. So, pastor lagi. Sige. Okay, gawa mo ba ginansya eh? Okay. So, in other words, even if didoble ang mga rate sa residential, huwag hapon mo kaigo sa inyo target.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So, muna nga, isa sa na problema. Kaya ang pass-through charges, nakapaingon sa kasagaran ba noon. Pero kamay mo itong mayroon mo itong mga low voltage o high voltage, kamay mo itong consumption.
Naku, mas affected sila, Mr. Chair.
How?
Labi na itong pag-compute na ito sa rate, immediately nag-resume siya. Kaya mo man ito na generation rate na niya mabayaran.
Katong retest.
Oo.
Okay. Pero, feel ko naman you will have to deal with them. Okay? Let us say, nagsugod lang sila, let's say, they are category 3. Nagsugod lang sila itong May 16. Di ba? Category 3 ba? Category 4 naman nagkaroon after, mga establishment pa under categories na ECQ. But anyway, so, ang lakad na istorya, consumption sa low voltage o high voltage ni ubos, nidoble halusa ang consumption sa residential, yet the power that you are purchasing from your contractors, your suppliers, okay, wala na ito na abot. That's why nisaka ang rate. Okay, mo man ay inyong computation, mo isulti sa ERC. And so, i-pass on siya dito sa mga konsumante. Okay. So, ang pinaka-factor yun sa pagdako sa mga mayroon nun sa residential is nisaka ang ilang actual use.
Yes.
Plus, katong saka sa rate na 36 centavos matag kilowatt hour.
Yes.
Okay. So, partly correct me, partly correct po mo. Okay. So, ato na nang sulbaron. Kay, sakto mo mo gisulti nga i-pass through. Di ba? O, di naman na nato malali siguro kay kamong inyo man ang terminology. So, sige, although this is not, at least it's a question reserved for some other time. But this is how IPIRA is affecting the public. Okay? This is how bang no loss on the part of the producers. Okay? Invest ko planta, may mukhaon o dili sa nakay supply agreement, bayad mo. Correct? Sige. That will be sample sa mga. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the outset, Mr. Chair, I would like to express, Mr. Chair, to inform the SECO, that wala ni personalan sa atong natabahin. We are here, we're doing this in the name of public service, as we have this work duty to protect the general welfare of the people. Walang personalan, tumawa lang yan. And for the sake of clarification. So, mag-isa that Mr. Chair, I drafted some queries here na hindi na malintan. And wala naman tayo siguro quarrel or argument as to the mode of billing. Way we Prosecco in the months of March, April, May. Because admittedly, in the month of March, kami billing Prosecco, April and May, actual billing na. Am I correct, General Manager?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so now let me go to the month of March na bill. Actually did not conduct any meter reading. Again, what was the reason of Prosecco? Na wala nag-conduct meter reading in March?
Because of the advisory of ERC and also to comply the general community quarantine guidelines and observance to physical distancing.
Physical distancing. Okay. Okay. Yung issue, ako na may ikita itong akong Exhibit A, which is actually the same as the advisory you show there. Please, Exhibit 1. Exhibit 1 ang this is the ARC advisory dated March 26, 2020. And you also cited that a while ago. Now, my emphasis here is the words may be applied. You may resort to estimated billing. That is in law, the word may means it is permissive, it is not mandatory. So it means that we can do meter reading or we can resort to estimated billing. So in this case, in the month of March, you chose estimated billing. You did not conduct meter reading. So this is a matter of management prerogative, I believe, because you had a choice. So why did you choose to resort to estimated billing rather than meter reading? Sir General Manager.
Thank you for that question. In Buseco, there are what we call VMCC meter readers. In every barangay, may mga meter readers. And then, during the GCQ, muna ang ato mga responses na nakuha that they are not allowed to move, okay, stay at home na siya. So, muna nag-meeting with the management and we decided in the meantime, for the month of March, in fact, April 14 na galing among April 14 na ito ang advisory ni Governor. But na-extend na ito siya up to April 26. So, na-extend kay and then the movement sa may mga checkpoints, so dito tayo easily pass ang atong mga meter readers na mga organic. And mo po na siya dito sa atong mga barangays, especially sa mga rural areas. In fact, there was a news, Mr. Chairman, another electrical building na di-call ang attention sa local government units because of these incidents. Although kato siya is naglinya ang mga tao, because the moment you issue the power bill, it is expected na we have also our collectors in the barangay. Hindi na ito malikayan ng mga tao, malinya dito sa collector dahil tawag bayad sila ng power bill. Sumutong natong i-suspend sa ang distribution. I-average na ito, but the distribution, kaya nakamay mo ingon doon na wala mo kami reading pero nakaserve, lagi mo power bill. Let me clarify na nag-serve na o power bill na vision lang, ito ng majority na nasa May 1, pero wala dito sa pag-reading na ito sa March.
Okay. How come Tibeco in the month of March conducted meter reading and all the water districts in the province of Bukidnon, I know for a fact that Balay read the meters from March, April to May. Naman ang Buseco lang ang wala ng meter reading in the month of March.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Siguro, lalayan man ang nature sa operation because we have the meter readers at the barangays. Ang sa water district, yan isa sa kaya. But sa Buseco is all the 9 municipalities and 1 city na ito din cater, Mr. Chair.
Now,
And for Pibeco, naman si Pibeco,
okay, so in the month of April and May, you already conducted meter reading, right? So how come wala mo average billing ani sa April and May?
Yes, katong sa April and May, nato Mr. Chairman, nanay mga na responses po nato at barangay na gusto na sila na makakuha sa ilang power bills. In fact, nanay mga responses ng atong mga collectors. Kunya, during that time, nakakuha na po tayo mga IDs like IETF. No? We issued IETF for meter readers. That ID is coming from the Department of Energy. It's the only Department of Energy ang mag-issue sa amo, Mr. Chairman. So, mo itong na ay pagkabot key points sa itong mga organic meter readers, mo ito ang ilang ipakita, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, but in the months of April and May, the ERC likewise allowed you to have an estimated reading, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and we'd like to show that on the screen. Exhibit 2. April 15, 2020. Item 4. It's the same as in the March 26 advisory. The BUs for the distribution utilities were allowed to have an estimated reading. So May, ang tataraan. May 5, dated May 5, 2020. Again, the ERC said that you may resort to the estimated reading. Okay, so meaning, you really had the choice whether to conduct the reading or to have an estimated reading. I think there's no to quarrel with that. Only that, Buseco in the month of March chose not to conduct meter reading. Diba? Sir General Manager. And I will now go to Article 15 of the Magna Carta for Residential Consumers, the third paragraph, their opposite chair. Let's exhibit 280. Magna Carta for Residential Electricity Consumers. It states, the third paragraph, when there are two or more authorized schedules of rates applicable to a customer, that's just like meter reading and estimated billing. So, two authorized schedules of rates applicable to a customer. The distribution utility should accordingly advise the customer in writing and apply the rates which are most beneficial to the customer. So, again, what would be more or the most beneficial to the customer? A meter reading based bill or that one that is based on average billing? On the part of the consumers, it could be meter reading. Why? Example, you ride a taxi from Balay going to Cagayan de Oro. If the driver of the taxi would insist not to plug down the meter, and he would just insist, we'll just base this on an estimate, pero yung meron no tayo sa Cagayan. So, sa may resulta na, siyempre, it would not be accurate at all. Kaysa, yung i-plug down to ang metro, ipag-agan yung metro. So, ito sa pagkanin na paragraph is more beneficial or most beneficial to the customer. O na ipilion sa atong mga district distribution utilities. Am I correct here, Mr. General Manager?
Yes, that's the reason why my explanation earlier that katong sa validation, if the consumer will not pay the average billing, bill siya, and we will base it on the actual, Mr. Chair, as presented earlier.
Okay. I will go to another point dito sa atong advisory. Balik ka dito sa Exhibit 1. There is a proviso here. This is the second incomplete one. There is a proviso in this advisory of March 26, and it says 73. And it says, provided that the word estimate to be clearly written on the consumer bill and the corresponding adjustments be made as soon as practicable. Did you do this, Mr. General Manager? Did you put the word estimate in the bills, in the March bill of the customers?
Yes, but the word that we use is the average.
There is no average, there is no estimate. Para na may kopya sa akong bill, there is nothing at all. Nothing. Ay, ano maliit na number one. It's a directive from the ERC, and in all caps, we open close parenthesis pag yun for emphasis. You have to put there the word estimate for the information of the customers. Now, we do not violate this directive and commandment of the ERC.
In our case, Mr. Chair, because this is something to do with the change of the system. Sa ato mga, sa ERC Magod, it's always the benchmark is the Meralco. And you know the Meralco is a highly third of technology. Sa ato, ita, diretso ka, immediately nga, pag yung ERC, change the
Okay, assuming. But the directive said that you have to write the consumer about this, inform the consumer that you are sending them a bill based on estimated billing. In your bills, there's none. I have here a folder of bills submitted to me as a concerned citizen of Malay. There's not a single bill that I see there the word estimate. Again, this is a matter that
What we did, Mr. Chair, we distribute the power bills. Namin ipadala ng mga leaflets, the leaflets, automatic advisory that we will be implementing the average billing, informing our consumers. No, ako na siya iparesolve. And then each consumer, Mr. Chair, naka-attach na siya sa iyang power bills.
but that does not comply with the advisory of the ERC that you have to put in the bill mismo the word estimated billing. And not only that, not only did you violate the advisory of the ERC, you also violated the right of the consumer to information as enshrined under Article 15 of the manual for the Magna Carta for the residential consumers. Now, I will go to another point, Mr. Chair. We leave this matter to the ERC to look into, Mr. Chair. I will not go to the main problem of the consumers, but first let us understand some terminology. Now, among the unbundled rates we find in our bill is the word generation charge. Number one item. Kaning mga charges, as kaya charges dili mo ni siya gitawag na unbundled rates. Di ba, Mr. General Manager? Yes. And number one on the list is the generation energy charge. Right. What is meant by the what is the composition of the energy charge? What comprises the generation charge?
Okay, the generation charge is the power that we purchase from our power supplier, Mr. Chairman.
And also the power consumed by the consumer. The power consumed by the consumer. That is where we incorporate the consumption of the consumers. Right?
That is the purchase, the power purchase that we pay to the power supplier, Mr. Chair.
Pinsayo na ito sir. Kaning konsumo sa mga konsumante, kaning dibase sa meter reading o dibase pa sa estimated billing, asin hindi utang. Di ba sa generation charge?
When we compute the rate unbundled, that unbundled rate is prescribed by the ERC.
Right, sir, Mr. Chair. Asa yung libutan din sa mga unbundled rates ang konsumo sa ating mga konsumante, whether it is based on meter reading or estimated billing.
That is the kilowatt hour use, Mr. Chair. That example, that's 454, that is the consumption. And applying the rate for generation, the transmission and other charges, Mr. Chair.
So So it is part of the generation charge.
No, mix na siya.
Asa lagi siya na makita?
The consumption, purchase lang yung atong istoryahan for the generation.
Asa ang konsumo sa atong mga konsuman?
Kini siya
454.
454.
Amo na ikan din sa
This is the result of the meter
sa unbundled rates, wala na siya di makita.
That is part now of the purchase.
Amo na yung
Apply lang na siya, Sir Chair, sa rates.
Kaya para lang masabtan sa atong mga konsuman kung asa nagkabutang ang ilang konsumo, whether it is based on meter reading or estimated reading. Distribution energy charge na kabutang.
Kani atong consumption, Sir Chair, mo ni result sa atong reading. But in terms of computing the rate, it's the total atong gina-compute. Like, for example, the total energy that we purchase from the power suppliers and the amount billed by the power suppliers. Katong i-present na ako kanina, mo ni siya ang result, and then we multiply to the kilowatt hours.
Simple lang kaya punta kaya ng pangutan. Okay. Gibase ko din sa metro, pilitagan sa metro, makita din ang konsumo namo nga base sa metro.
Ano ka nang reading ng previous o present of previous surveys?
Sige. Okay, alisa sa contracted capacity. What is meant by contracted capacity?
The contracted capacity is that is the requirement of the entire requirement of all the customer class Sir Chair. So when we talk about capacity, it refers to the kilowatt, meaning that is the demand that when our consumers gamit dungan ng kuryente, mo na itong ginaingon na that is our demand.
Is this the same as the power supply that you buy from the IPPs?
Yes.
Which you are obliged to pay, whether or not you use all the power supply that you ordered.
Yes.
Okay, so we're clear on that. At least, so contracted capacity, this is the power supply that you buy from the IPPs, for which you are obliged to pay bisang wa ninyo magamit tanan ng kuryente niya inyong ipalit sa order sa ilaha. Okay.
Okay. Let me qualify that statement, Mr. Chair, so that we have a better understanding in terms of the contracted capacity of SECO. Di man lang siya palitan, hindi na ito gamiton, Mr. Chair. There are certain power plants, power plants that needs to be contracted in order to address the peaking requirement of the distribution utility. Now, for example, this is our load profile, and this is our actual demand. For example, in this case, 36 megawatt. This is our normal load profile, meaning this is the demand, no? This is the capacity. For example, 1 o'clock sa buntag, mo na niya atong gamit, no? Kini siya, kini blue. Diba? So this is pertaining to the base load. There are classes of contracting na to. We have the base load, we have the peaking. As you can see, kung mabot na ng point, kinahanglan na to, apason na to, na we have the sufficient capacity. But that capacity will not be expected nga sa 1 o'clock, gamiton po natin mo siya. So that's the reason why we need na na-mix na itong contracting, the peaking and the base load. Because during at the time that we need the power, kung maglungan na tanan, especially at 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, we have the capacity to address the demand of our consumers. Okay. So it doesn't mean unutilize siya. There are times na unutilize siya, but that is the nature. Muna siya na mix na itong
Okay, so we have to yan na utilize. But for the time being, ang nasabot sa contracted capacity, this is the power supply that you ordered from the IPP. Diba? Which you are supposed to pay whether or not you consume it. Hindi pasabot sa amin in the previous session. Now, I will proceed now to the power bills of the consumers in the months of March, April, and May. Muna siya ang taas ang atong mga power bills. On pages 59 to 60 of the transcripts of stenographic notes of this body dated May 12, 2020, Buseco stated that it class ng exhibit 4 na to. Cuatro. Kani. Buseco suffered losses in sales demand in March equivalent to 1.98 kilowatts hour, in April equivalent to 3.64 kilowatt hour, and in May 0.61 kilowatt hour. And as stated by Buseco, and this is reflected on page 57 of our stenographic notes, the reason for the decrease in sales demand was because of the economic shutdown, as the high and low voltage users were forced to shut down operations due to the ECQ and GCQ. The high voltage and low voltage materialized, both shut down. Yung negosyo mo ni, diba ang low voltage mo negosyo mo ng small, medyo shut down po sila. Can I quoting you correctly, Mr. Durbo? If not, we will open these pages.
What we presented, Mr. Chair, in our slides, you have a copy. We are referring to the megawatt hour, not the kilowatt hour. Megawatt in our presentation here from the last, that's 1.98 megawatt hour. That is demand. We are referring to
Kilowatt?
Megawatt,
Not kilowatt.
not kilowatt hour.
Okay, so still, this is the decrease in sales demand.
Yeah, the capacity.
Okay.
But that 0.61, that is the
Forecasted.
Okay.
Okay.
But that is the peso effect, but not the kilowatt hour. That is the peso value.
Okay. Now, based on the data submitted by Buseco, as you can see on the screen, exhibit 70. In the month of March, Buseco constructed a capacity base load of 24. This is what? 24 million na siya ba? 24,954.84 kilowatts na siya. Am I right?
Energy na siya ang first capacity kilowatt. Base load. That is base load.
Lagi, million na siya.
That is kilowatt.
24,954.84 kilowatt. Alright.
That is not the peso.
Okay, okay. And then ang sales ng Buseco in the month of March is 15,301,809.66. And again, ito sa the decrease in demand, that is 1.9 megawatt. Sige. In April, ang contracted capacity base load ninyo is 24,056 kilowatt. Okay. And your sales in that month was 14,532,882,056 centavos, or you suffered a decrease in sales demand equivalent to 3.64 megawatt. Yes. Okay. And in May, you did not provide us the data, but you will provide us with sales, which is 8,567,541.35, and you suffered a decrease in sales demand equivalent to 0.61 megawatt forecasted. Correct? GM?
Let me clarify, Mr. Chair, the figures because the column says, I think that's not Philippine peso, but that is we are referring to the kilowatt hour.
115 million?
Yes.
Okay.
And then for the contracted capacity, we are referring to the kilowatt.
Okay.
And then for the decrease in demand, that is megawatt. That 0.61, that is the forecasted possible increase if those mentioned atong dili pa mabalik ang atong mga low voltage, there is a possibility na mo increase ang atong generation charge.
Ayun ka siguro yung presentation. Pero 4,954.84 is that kilowatt?
Kilowatt hour.
Kilowatt hour.
Ah.
Yeah. The sales is kilowatt hour na po na?
Kilowatt na siya ang kanang contracted capacity base load, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, how about the sales?
That is kilowatt hour,
Kilowatt hour, that piso.
not peso.
Ano yung klaro na kilowatt hour gapon?
Oh. And then that, the 1.90, if that's megawatt hour, 3.64 megawatt hour, and that 0.61, that is peso per kilowatt hour.
Sige. Thank you for the correction. Now, Anita sa Exhibit 5. Anak, uy, anak akong pizza pa yung murang uwi. But the screen, Mr. Chair, we will see the profile of Buseco's consumers, and this is based on the presentation of Buseco reflected in page 57 of the sonographic notes. Ang low voltage comprises only 80%. Muli sila ang ikatugagmay nga negosyo. The residential users comprises 34.27%. Kaning high voltage, although 326, gani sila sa mga 326 gani sila nga company.
346, Mr.
Ha?
346.
346 na sila, but they account for 47.61% of the energy used, of the power used. Kung muni siya ang atong contracted na capacity, muni ang muni bahin-bahin.
Yes.
Okay. So dako kayo ang bahin sa kaning high voltage, although gamay ra sila. Now, ang atong residential, pinakadaghang na users, but second lang sila, ang low voltage only accounts for 18%. Now, question. Due to the shutdown operations of the high and the low voltage users during the ECQ and GCQ months of March, April, and May, understandably, there was a steep decline in the sales of Buseco. Now, who were made to shoulder or subsidize for the shares of the high and low voltage users in the contracted capacity? Buseco's answer, as reflected in page 60 and 62 of the sonographic notes, is that all the users are to share or were made to share. Sa katong ipakita nato nga by Iwan, Mr. Ano na itong sonographic notes sa page 60, page 60. Page 60 na? Page 60. Pagmutahan na sa atong presiding officer. Hindi ito mo.
60.
Ano? Ang pangutan na, wala ko yan. Wala ko yan. Ikaw ko sabi. Anyway, that was your answer, Mr. PM, di ba? All the users will share. Okay, so, yun na lang, yes naman si General Manager. Now, having established the foregoing future, the next question is, how much is Buseco's power, cost, and use, and how much rates were passed on to the consumers per kilowatt hour? Naka ba? Alright. So, earlier, ating pakita din nga, you may comment. Ikutan ang atong Exhibit 7. Exhibit 7. Based on Exhibit 7, although magkabalik na itong peso o kanang kilowatt hour. Okay, dito sa next. Exhibit 8. Galing. So, based on the data that you presented to us, we can extrapolate these figures. The power, cost, and use by Buseco in the month of March was the pesos 3,838,380.32. Kilowatt hour or peso? In April, peso per kilowatt hour. Peso siya. The third.
Ito piso?
Peso per kilowatt hour. Kaning second, after March, kaning 3,838,380.32.
Piso na?
The power cost and use.
Yes, the piso or...
In terms of pesos, nisa convert na pesos. In April, 7 million ang power cost and use by Buseco. 7,056,416.35 in May. Wala po may kompleto ang mechanic, but naman sila i-receive nga 1,182,531.31. In terms of rates passed on to the consumers, in sa March, that would be 0.2508 kilowatt hour. April, 0.4855 kilowatt hour. May, 0.0814 kilowatt hour. So, pag-compute ka na, for example, if your kilowatt use is 60, kung sa March, imo nang i-times ang 0.2508. And that is the additional rates na pass on sa mga consumers.
Correct ba? Kaso?
That is not correct, Mr. Chair, because as explained earlier, that for the month of March and April, if that is correct, 25 centavos, we are only, increase lang is only 30 cents.
I will clarify, Mr. Chair, this is based only on the base load rate. Wala ka ni ma-appeal din ang peak load rate. Kaya wala nag-provide ang Buseco sa data. So kani, paano kayo ni mo, bukit kayo ni sa estimate kani, kay base load rami basihan na. Di katong ipakita ni GM kanina na ay mapa na ay plateau, na ay peak, ano siya, ang base load. Kani, base yan ni sa base load nga eh. Extrapolation. Kani,
Yes,
blue,
Mr. Chair,
the base load.
that base load, Mr. Chair, is we are utilizing it 100%. As you can see in the graph, anong blue there, that is our utilization in terms of energy. O na siya sa atong graph, and the peaking, mo ni siya katong ingon na during peak time, na ay mga power plants, like diesel fired power plants that we need to contract, kaya pag-abot sa atong peaking, we need this capacity, but for only 1 to 2 hours lang. So muna dili na ito i-kontrata sa base load.
Sige lang, okay
The
lang.
computation, Mr. Chair, kaya namang isubmit, we are utilizing 100% sa atong base load.
Okay lang, so you just study the figure that I presented.
Because the rate that we are implementing, it's only 13 cents ang ating increase from March to, so we cannot reconcile, there is an increase of 25 and 48 cents. That's a big increase, Mr. Chair, if you follow the.
And that is the reason why the bills of consumers skyrocketed.
That is because of the consumption, Mr. Chair, as explained earlier.
But anyway, we will let the ERC decide on that. Now, we already agreed a while ago that all the users were made to share dito sa katong pizza pa yung ipakita nato kasi wala na konsumo sa nag-low ang sales demand sa high voltage and the low voltage consumers. Everybody, all the users will have to share para ma-kompleto ang contracted capacity. Kaya gabayan ni contracted capacity sa Puseco ngadto sa atong mga ICPs. Now, ani ko din sa point on cross subsidy. Correct me if I'm wrong. A cross subsidy is a cost that is transferred from one class of consumers to another class. Is this correct, Mr. General Manager?
Yes, but the interclass cross subsidy, iwala na siya sa ERC, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So what would be a classic example of the cross subsidy? Diba, example man itong akong residential users, yung atong ipashare sa atong sales deficit of the high voltage and the low voltage. Assuming that that is the situation, that is an example of a cross subsidy. Correct?
Now, as explained earlier,
The
in our-
example lang ako,
Yeah.
Sir General.
This is not a cross subsidy because all the consumers will be spread sa ilatanan. Now, because of the fixed cost, na yung mga charges, but kung decrease kamay, so it will spread to the residential below voltage and the higher voltage.
Now, diha tao dili mong parehas ng mga interpretation. Anyway, dapat lang labay sa ERC to decide whether that is cross subsidy or not. And because the cross subsidy has been outlawed by EPIRA law since 2001. Diba? Hindi na angay siya buhaton sa mga transmission companies and distribution companies. And I remember in the previous session we had, the general manager also mentioned that there is an increase also in our bill in the transmission charges because NGCP commissioned auxiliary services.
Yes.
Now, kanina itong mga transmission companies are also prohibited from employing cross subsidies. Nag-employ ang NGCP auxiliary services dahil ipasa nila karon sa ATOA, and that is an example of a cross subsidy. It is not allowed under the PIRA law. Ambot lang kung i-allowed naman i-approve naman sa ERC ang increase sa NGCP. Kaya ang Buseco, ilan naman ipasa sa ATOA, that is the fixed cost. What sila kalabutan na. Anyway, muna yung mga example sa subsidy. Let us allow the ERC to decide on that. Now, just two more points, Mr. Chair. On the issue on the fund, kay mag-mention naman ni Mr. Buseco in the previous session that in the years 2006 to 2009 and 2009 to 2012, Buseco was made to refund by the ERC in the amount of 54 million because of collection. And this is reflected in our stenographic notes from pages 6 to 107. The over collections made by the ERC were only surfaced after a reconciliation meeting, di ba? Between the ERC and the PUs or the distribution utilities. And this is done only every 3 years. Am I correct, General Manager?
Yes, that is in accordance to ERC rules.
When was the last time you had a reconciliation meeting on your financial records with ERC?
We have a pending application for the overrun last year.
Last year, so pwede namin nga issue masulod doon sa inyong reconciliation meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Let me clarify that it's not the over, but there is also under. The Buseco will
Lagi.
sort the collection, na po say collection.
Okay.
Kaya over na siya, ipan.
But ang imong gi-share sa amo the last session, Mr. General Manager, was a case of over collection, not under collection. That is why the Buseco was made to refund the amount of 54 million. Okay na siya. Now, my last point, Mr. Chair, now in the meantime that the affected consumers will await the outcome, whether or not ERC will order for a refund, the consumers may pay their bills under protest pursuant to Article 26 of the Magna Carta for Residential Consumers. Ang question na natin din is somebody in charge in the Buseco customer service to handle the payments under protest?
Yes, Mr. Chair, our branch operation management services.
Okay, that's all from my end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney General. Rose, very good.
I will be allowed. Yes, sir. First of all, I would like to apologize, I was late. And anyway, I need time for what I want to speak about. I'm not going to discuss this agenda that we have prepared. Mine is different. I recall on the first meeting when we invited the representative of both electric companies that are operating in the province. The ladies that stood up there where you are now, I asked them, how do you bill your customers? And the answer is, well, we bill them in accordance to the usage last month and then whatever one. I said, you mean to tell me that you're billing us without looking at the meter every month to find out how much have we utilized in your electricity? Na, as they said, magic na lang ninyo. That's what she said. Not the word magic, but she said that they have no people to go around the province to check every month on the billings or on the usage of the electricity in the meter. So I said, how? So you mean to tell me, pacham-pacham na lang inyong billing? Ginagawa na lang ninyo. Last month, 500, assuming 500 this month, or 50, or maybe 520, tsaka nila. Privacy yan. Kaya wala pa siya. They don't read the meters. Is that true? You don't read the meters every month. That is being utilized by the...
We read the meters every month, Mr. Chair.
Well, I think it's in record. I don't know anymore who's that lady who was here, who denied. He said it is quite impossible to read the meters of every user in a province every month. Now you say that every month your people go around the province and read the meters. And then from there, that's why you start billing us.
Yes,
Correct?
except for the March during the GCQ. Because there was the advisory fund.
That is excusable because of that. I just want an assurance.
Yeah.
Because that lady, I can't remember her name, but that lady said it is quite impossible for for your companies to go around every month reading every meter of everyone who uses the electricity or the power in the province. And I agree. It's not that easy. Not even in Metro Manila. So I don't believe that you read everything. She said, minsan, kinukuha na lang nila. I think it's a record.
Excuse me, Gob. Sa Quadro Gob, sa Watag District to Gob, sa babae. Dito po siko.
Andito sa Chico.
Tawag ka ni Siko.
Sa iluwanan ko, ano yun? Bilang. Alam niyo ba eh?
Kaya ako gito.
Sa tubig ka dito mo yung masa dito. Dili, kulite.
Dili ko rin siko. Sa Busiko ko, doon ay 1 month ko sila mag-reading. They base it on the average consumption.
That is why.
Yeah.
Parehas na Quiapo.
Di usap ko.
May isa kapunan. Ano pagkipalo mo isa kapunan? Ay, hindi ka pala sa Ako ay matukubaw.
Yes, ko, it was already discussed prior to pag-abot din.
Hindi ko bitaw ko.
Oh, yes.
Isa ni prior pa na dito discussion. Paminaw ko. Eh, pag-iso imbitan ko din.
Yeah, that's why, Gab, that's why. I think
Ako lang, gusto kita ko maglaruan. Kay Sigon sa chairman, there was a time that you admitted that there are times that you cannot anymore read the meters. So, pulo combination yun na lang kung pila ang sukton sa locomer. Is that correct?
Yes, go. If I explain after the plan.
Okay. I want an answer for that.
Yes.
Totoo ba yan o hindi, Mr. Manager?
We regularly meter it, go, except that in cases kung naay stop meter siya, case to case basis, that's one time about meter it.
Then ako ng question muna para magkakaroon. How many people do you have running around the province of Bukidnon reading meters every month?
We have
To update.
We have 200 plus meter readers in the barangays, and then
200 meters.
every barangay
How many
Consumers.
consumers do you have?
we have 104,000 bill consumers.
104,000. That's all over the province.
Yes.
From Manolo Portage all the way to
Balay. Siko lang.
Balay-balay na.
Yeah, Siko lang.
Siko. Up to Balay-balay. How many do you have? 104,000.
104,000.
How many do you have going around for that 104,000?
We have an
To read
organic.
every month.
Yes, we have an organic meter readers 13. Then we have BNCC meter readers in every barangay.
You need to tell me,
How many all in all?
all in all, you have how many? 13 organic and what? Kaya ang pag-ikot, gikan sa Manolo Portage, hangtod sa Balay-balay, the 103,000 notes.
Yes, that is scheduled go because we will be metered in 30 days man go.
Kung ano man yung mag-igon man sila, apunta, not the water, kaya na ito rin water. Hindi mo man itong babae, talagang bisita na sa akin dito sa sila. Imposible ko nun sila apunta sa imo na to o dito sa Pikas. Imposible ko nun nila maparid monthly. Every month, imposible. Tumulan sa ang mga tao, ang weather, kusukulan, ang buwatanan. Nanita sa pagi, ispikal sa akon nga, dawata na lang kinihan eksplikasyon, nga dili na mo mabasa ang meter reading kada bulan. Now, nangutan ko kaniya, Ligo, sunanong inyong pag-bid sa daso ng bulan, kung why mo ibasa ang metro. Hindi na, wala na mo, ina-estudyoan, ginapa na mo ang previous, kagantaron, kung kisa ginatitaksunan na namong gamay, o kung di gani, kung kisa pareha sa, kung may gamay sobra, mo na ititakasyon na, I think it's in record. You can check on that. And I don't like that. As long as I'm the governor of the province of Bukidnon, I will not allow you. You gotta prove to me that you read your meters every day and comply with the 103,000 customers you have. Because we want to be billed exactly for how much power have we consumed on our home. Dili kay karga-karga lang nilang si Man. Ako'y na lang. Tatangga mo po prediting sana. So muna ako lang ang punto ko, palihog lang. Pasahod yung ko na yung metro kada bulan. Dili ka na ng basanano pag ang bagyo niya. Mapapagyuhan na sila opera. Basta pasahod yun ang metro. Promise mo na sa ko.
Let's go. We'll
Kung
commit.
hindi ako mag-read sa metro ko si Mumulay. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. So, Board Member Magas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon. Mr. Chair, frankly, some of my questions have already been raised by my colleagues, especially Board Member Beltran. But I still have few clarificatory questions, but this remaining questions of mine, Mr. Chair, is also applicable to Fibeco. So, in order to buy time, because it's already 3:15 in the afternoon now, and we still have Fibeco to speak also, I will reserve my questions to Fibeco and to give space also to the General Manager of Puseco, Ganiera, sige na to, so I reserve my questions, Mr. Chair, to Fibeco, because my question is also applicable to both. Yes, yes. Thank you.
All of my questions, Gawas. May I have one question, Juan? Please. This increase in charges is 30 centavos, no?
13 centavos.
If we'll go back to normal consumption and the high voltage, low voltage, and the residential ma-attend na ang katong base charges, mawala ba ni ang 30 centavos?
Yes, in fact, in our May, bago lang sa nakakompute sa rate, no? For May, natay decrease na 5 centavos, start na balik na ito mga...
Above the 30 centavos,
Yes.
decrease.
Decrease na.
So, 18 centavos decrease.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nagano question? Okay. With that. Maraming yes. Yes.
Our Good Vice Governor would like to ask, the same as this chairman, please Castro,
Billing.
So, so these are all the unbundled rates na naiiwan sa saka. No, so, nagkandagan yun. Kaya puti gamayan kayo sa tingin kung natagbinasaan eh. Now, kung nata sa generation energy charge increase kana siya. Sa ako adin din month of March and April na diferensya na 0.116 0.186 sa month of April against month of March. So kinidektahan gawa sa uban nga constant na ay mga diferensya. Kini siya ng mga diferensya mga na yung isang up niya po.
30.
13 centavos.
13 centavos.
13 centavos. Okay. Now, in layman's term, pasabta yung na kayo. Kasi pasabot ang generation energy charge, power reduction act, Granda Isira na through up and equipment adjustment ECRM, trans energy charge. Kung saan ang dati naman, galibong migutan yung pasabot na sa kanteng numero. Na total na din sa 13 centavos. Pareho.
This portion, kini mga generation, these are all the what we call the fast charge. And every line item na itong i-compute, that is in accordance to ERC rules, like the transmission, mga billings from our transmission company sa atong generation, and then this generation rate adjustment mechanism, katuning sa mga sa PISAM, napuwirik na niya kini mga adjustment. So kini siya mga government ni siya katong under sa National Power Corporation sila. And these are all applicable rates, the same to other power distributor like Apibeco, Sipalco, and even Meralco. So pareha lang siya, except for the generation, they rely on a contract and the transmission charge. The only rate that will go to the coffers of USECO is the distribution revenues. Hindi lang atong distribution energy charge, the demand charge, the supply energy charge. Kini lang siya na portion, which in every 1 peso, more or less mga 15 centavos lang siya, Mr. Chair, kung tayo mo sa USECO. The rest, pass on service.
Pila per kilowatt ang atong cost per kilowatt pila?
For the higher voltage,
No.
sa residential, 12.18 karon na
12 pesos,
18 centavos for the residential.
If we multiply 454 times 12 pila na siya?
This is for April.
Yeah. For example, that one.
454 times we multiply by 12.23. So kung ano itong
12.23.
rate
How
sa
much? Kasaka.
Pila pa naman.
Kasaka. Kaya ka na, pila. 454 times 12.18.
12.23. Plus na pa yung value added tax na yun.
Pila to? Pila to?
5,552.40.
Pila?
5,552.40.
454 times 12.18.
12.23.
So, ang atong charges lang diya ka lang mo.
Part na ng diferensya sa distribution.
So, other password charges, they include na dito sa rate na 12.18.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, ano kung discussion na kaya malilibo ka tao ng tao?
This prescribed billing is in accordance to ERC to be transparent. Kinahanglan nato kinahanglan natin nagawan sa ato nila konsumo.
Okay, Mr. Chair, pakabos ka na yung pakabos, hindi ba Asa to, katunay senior citizen. Kanaw. Hindi ka to sa mga Marada, senior citizen. Kasi sa mga 54.
That is the discount given to
Subsidy discount?
subsidy to non-senior citizen.
Ha? To non-senior citizen?
Atong senior citizen na atay under the ERC, atong na-consume og 100 kilowatt-hour paubos na ato siya discount. And those discount will be shared by those non-senior citizen.
Well, kinaatong session lagi, i-live stream man na ilang dali tawag o pangutangan rin. Napay charges board sa senior citizen. Kaya nakakuno sila sa subsidy sa nalula o lulo. Pero dili tanan senior naka-avail sa subsidy. Pero tanan gubayad sa charges.
Yes, i-qualify na sa rules sa ERC, not only those consuming 100 kilowatt-hour paubos. So na yung mga senior citizen na nagkonsumo 100 kilowatt, hindi sila ka-avail base sa guidelines.
Only to sa billing 100 kilowatt below.
Okay. Balik ka kung ay pantawin. Pantawin. Gutom. Less pantawin liwanag. How many kilowatt hour ni siya pantawin liwanag?
Zero.
25 kilowatt-hour and below.
Those who have
Consuming 25 kilowatt-hour and
25
below.
kilowatt hour and below. Mulai makabil
Yes. Those are defined by ERC as marginalized, low-income na consumer.
Tagman ng tanang, ano man nga katura sila?
Ang ato, Mr. Chair, is that this is tabang na to sa ato local government units. particularly katong mga consumers nato nga consuming 25 kilowatt hour below kay per ERC nato nga unbundled rate approved. Ang marginalized nga consumer, i-define ito nga sa Buseco 25, I think sa Bebecos 20, no? Sila na-approve 20 kilowatt hour. O, depende siya. So, mo to siya. So you are helping the government para as a sort of ayuda sa atong mga low income and consumer owners.
Kibali, panahon matod pa nila board, panahon sa COVID, hindi man siya itong medyo marginalized ang kalisod, sabi kami, kalisod mong yakon. So, pantawid diba na, dapat i-living nila sa ano, may sa ito. Abot lang ako sa inyo. Okay, so, atong last session, may ganit ko rin nakamutangan si Vice that definitely mawala na ang kinikita centavos. Try next, or yun.
Reduce event sila of 5, another 5. Above 13 centavos.
Okay, yun yung gimension nga for the month of April, nag-increase of 13 centavos. So, month of December, pila atong rate?
That's 11.51.
Per kilowatt hour. Month of January.
11.64.
High increase. High. Pila? How much?
13 nga po siya.
Oh, so murag nabutang ganun average month of February.
11.86.
High increase. Oh, month of April. March.
March, siya ito nga tayo 2.10.
23 centavos to March.
February to March.
So, ato kasi from month of December up to month of April, kinatukan na ito si President. Ano ba ito nagyulang?
Yes, in the generation rate, there are times na affected by the foreign exchange rate, inflation, and that is in the generation side, that is allowed by ERC to be passed on to the consumers.
Okay, but then, don't you have to come to the Sangguniang Pamabigan to approve what increases, although not as this thing sa karata?
During the approval or the process to approving the power supply agreement, na-notice na ito ipadala sa mga local government units. So na-hearing, inviting them to sa automobiles para pag-delivery.
What office ang yung natagaan sa LTO?
The office of the mayor and the vice governor and the
Natay mga record na.
We need that certification, otherwise there is no
Natang,
That is
for
part-
the record, nakadawat ha?
that is part of the compliance.
Or thing of food. Ha?
Sa una.
So, medyo nakurat bulog ni Chris. Takong tamang-tama sa mga bills. Yung disparity of month of December gali, wala kong paulos. Kasi November, last year. December last year of hangtod karon. Hopefully, ako istorya ni Vice, pangutanan ni Vice, na mapinood ko na wala na ng increase na 13 plus additional na 5 centavos pag yun na madidak. May gano'n ka last season na masal, kaya yun ka na, posible mo sa ito pa nato.
That is the forecast.
Forecast na to.
But we will receive the billings. Probably sa mong consumer. Balik na rin itong mga kuhan ng pag-ito. So karang increases sa generation, that is also in accordance to the ERC, Resolution number 16. If I may read, Mr. Chair, that is the rules governing the automatic cost adjustment and throughout mechanism and corresponding confirmation process for distribution utility. So every time na may mga power supply agreement, nana siya public hearing, and we need the certification from the local government units, the office of the governor, para so that the ARC has the jurisdiction to get a case. That is part of the compliance sa ato sa SECO other electric cooperatives.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I think Oliver Pipito has
Okay.
inquired on that.
Ulit, kasi sa itong mga squad. Kasi mawaritihay. Ay, ako din yung tanan. Gusto lang makita ito na ito. Dahil ko mo lang pang itong picture sa bill, gusto lang makita na istorahan na may kaida at ginabasa. Dahil kauta, tama sa distribution revenues. So distribution revenues, you have distribution energy charge, distribution demand charge, wala. Dahil na pa supply energy charge, supply customer charge, metering energy charge, metering customer charge. Gusto din mag-charge sa ako. Ano alam mo? Gusto lang nila ukas na ginag sa nila. Kaya tuloy, hindi sa kumagabay ka mong kurang sa palay doon. Munang, dili na ako nagtatanaw. Ako ramang mismo, babae ko. Gusto lang mga ilagay ako tanak sa nila. Pwede, pareho ramang gusto lang.
That distribution revenues, as explained earlier, mo lang siya ang rate na musulod sa
Gusto mo rin, muna inyo. Muna yato. Apel ka nga na.
So that distribution charge, that is the cost recovery for maintaining the distribution system, and that is based on the rules for setting the electric cooperatives a winning rates. It was approved in the ERC in 2009. Now since 2009, kini nga itong mga rates din ni Mr. Chair, wala na siya nag-usap. You can validate that nandun karon at present. This is still the rate that we are implementing.
Ako lang ba gusto pa rin mo, manager. Gusto ba rin tayo sa kanin nila. Para pareho sa kanan na mo, pareho sila ng
For the demand charge,
supply customer charge, metering charge, metering customer charge. What the hell are those charges?
okay. For the distribution demand charge, muna siya akong di-explain kanina that is the cost maintaining the rate recovery for maintaining the distribution
Wala pa
system.
kinay-appear nga naman. Distribution demand charge.
Muna na siya sa that is a demand, diri magod sa atong customer class. Kung demand charge, that is applicable for the higher voltage. For the point 143, mo ni siya ang atong distribution energy charge.
Okay.
For the supply charge, that is the cost rendering a service to customers such as billing, collection, customer assistance, and related services. And then for the metering, this is the cost for metering, operating, and maintaining power metering facilities. Yan kanina yung atong metering customer charge kaning tag 5 per month. Pesos per month. Per month.
Kasi kasubulan pagkakot na muna.
Kini ko since 2009 wala ni siya nang increase ko.
Okay,
Yes.
Okay. At least, mo lang kung kanakanuanin mo sa na kabawan. Manto na tingala si Predilen yang udah po kaya kuat Predilen.
Chris, utana ko. Kinipan ba? Assistance loss. Assistance loss. So out of 454 kilowatt, this more or less 80 centavos per kilowatt. charging mo, system loss?
Yes. The system loss, mo na siya ang katong losses na to pag-transmit sa power no, from the source to the distribution into the household. So there are two classification of system loss, the technical and the non-technical. When you say technical, pertaining to the inherent in the system, na siya losses. No? The non-technical, ito na mga difference. No? And then that is a ERC that every time na natin ma-dapan, that is also a part of the recovery.
So, ano yung siguro may correctan yung system loss ninyo sa any parts of the vehicle para hindi ma-charge customer?
Based on the ERC guidelines,
ERC, this is applied, this is fund by the ERC, allowed by the ERC, pero to make it smaller amount, na ma-correct ninyo ang system loss because this is centavos per kilowatt hour consumed.
yes, per ERC guidelines, Mr. Chairman, natay cap that Buseco cannot pass on basta mabiyan siya sa 12% because the cap is 12%. Now, the system loss of Buseco at present is nasa 8.44%, meaning they are below the cap. Pag lapas ka,
This centavos is below, how many percent?
8.44.
8.44 of 1%.
Oh, atong system loss, Mr. Chair. So, ang cap sa ERC is 12%.
But how much is the lowest voltage loss? So far, sa Buseco. Eh sayang mo, bayaran mo sa customer.
So, namabutaw sa Mr. Chair, mabutaw 7%. Munang we keep nabot din ang ibang applyan para to correct the voltage para mas efficient ang atong system.
Okay, as you mentioned, there are two bases for the system loss. One is technical and one is filtering.
Non-technical.
Second is not technical. So dapat ma-check nyo para ma-reduce the cost and not to pass on the charges to the customers. Okay, so wala na akong budget.
Ano sa ano?
One member of the people.
Kaya wala ka ng system source. You can understand the technical and the
Non-technical.
non-technical. Okay, kaya may kawatan. Hindi kawatan ko rin. Pero sa technical, ano kaya yung inaw na ang kurente dito, mabait ikikan sa atagay, gawin pa. Mabait na dito, ikas gawin pa ka mo rin, mahap yung ikat dito.
Very sa Maramag.
Maramag. Ang bayan tayo pagkitan sa Maramag, mapos malamalay din na kayo.
Nay, basta sa technical, Mr. Chair. Just like atong, if you recall the advertisement of Meralco, feature si Sarah Eronimo. Ang iyang i-explain na to isang ang ice. Kung pwede ka guys, gaya pa kayo ba? Yung pinaka-meters mong gagawin mo siya. That is the losses.
Because ang ice, butang kayo mo sa surprise and belt, gagawin mo sa ice. Bakit ba ito kayo market is a current running through
Yes.
wire. So, kung bayan ka dito, di na bayan yung pagpunta rin.
Yes, may nasa siya losses.
System loss is the same as voltage loss?
Lahi siya.
Okay. What we're discussing here is voltage loss, not system loss.
Lahi siya ang voltage.
Sorry, Bertrand.
Yes, last.
Sound record.
Okay. Last three queries, Mr. Chair, para makapahulay kami si GM. Balik ka sa pangtawid ko mo, pangtawid, liwanag. Any GM, has this been approved already by AGMA or the Assembly or the General Assembly?
Mr. Chairman, that is approved by the board. And
How about AGMA?
wala pa siya, Mr. Chair. Wala pa nakakondak ng AGMA.
I-approve ba naman sa ERC?
Dili na siya need for approval of ERC because there is no pass-on rate in that line items Mr. Chair. Walay ipasko na to nga rate na.
Pero if I remember it right, murag 6 million yung ialat ani?
The budget allocated for that is the realigned budget that instead of conducting mga institutional activities, district assemblies, and wala may i-allow ang mass gathering. So atong i-realign na sa budget. But that budget was already approved by NAIA. Atong lang i-realign, Mr. Chair, and wala na siya effect sa atong rate.
Okay, ang ato lang, hindi siya ipasa sa atong
Yes.
konsumante.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And kinahanglan ipa-approve pa ni Komita ang mas.
The process of approving the budget is nasa level sa board and sa NAIA.
May labot ang General Assembly ani?
Wala na siya sa budget because that is part of the operation.
Okay, let's see what that. Ato ta sa RFSC, please. Now the RFSC. Zoom. What is this RFSC, Manager?
The RFSC stands for the Investment Fund for Sustainable CAPEX.
And if I'm not mistaken, this represents the loan of Buseco.
Yes, it is intended for the capital expenditures of the Buseco.
Akin lang mga loan sa Buseco din.
Yes.
And then RFSC, an additional RFSC, mo ni ang share sa mga konsumante.
Yes.
Meaning, apil may gabayad sa inyong loan.
Yes.
Sige. Okay, mga kumanta, kaubanta na. Alright, ang last query ng Mr. Chair. What did you mean when you told us in the previous session that Buseco is a neutral revenue?
Revenue neutral.
Sige, yung-
Yes. Revenue neutral, meaning when it pertains to the pastor charges, wala kita, wala siya doon sa dili mo kita si Buseco, but only recovery. What has been billed by our consumers, wala ko lang ipasok sa billed by our power suppliers or the transmission company, wala yung bill sa mga.
This does not mean that you do not have reserve.
Yes.
Reserve fund. Because in fact, Buseco is a multi-millionaire. Diba? Yeah?
Yes.
And annually, ang inyong net earnings is in the vicinity of 40 billion.
Yeah, but including the RPC section.
Net talaga eh, 40 million ang kita sa atong Buseco. So, hindi siya nagpasabot na tumunod kay operative, wala si kita. Kung buto na unaon, kung naay mga gamayng sobra, sila na tayo mabayad, hindi na ipasa sa uban users. That's all, Mr. Chair, thank you. Okay.
Sir, naay nag-post sa Facebook ba? 9,500 iyang bill. Unya, niduol siya sa Buseco. Nahimo na lang 533 something. Okay? Kung exact, ako man yung i-screenshot, ito lang ha. Okay. Mga higala ko mga konsumante sa Buseco, andun na na aksyon ang akong mulo sa bill sa Buseco. From 9,739, nahimo na lang kini sa 553.44 pesos. 53.44 pesos sa duha ka bulan nga March ug April. Ug karon nakaginhawa na gid ako dako sa liwala sa krisis nga atong atubang karong panahon na. Sa meter reader nga nagbasa gamit siguro teleskopyo boss. Okay? Laga pa ni yan. Nagpasalamat sa nagtabang niya na taga Buseco. So, pwede di ay ni.
Mr. Chair, can we allow to call the branch manager available
Yes.
to answer that query?
Ayaw lang daw Buseco, pag maluoy lang, kay aron dili mo dako sa mot imong bill.
Okay, you're recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. So for that particular account, it was actually an error of our meter reader. That's why when it was adjusted, it from 9,000, iwan na lang siyang 500,000. Ay, 500 pesos. Sorry. Sorry. 500 pesos. It was actually an error. Usahay, sir, makita mo ang error because of kanang daghan mo kayo na sila i-reading in a day, no, around 300 to 400 kabalay. Siguro, medyo malikayan ang ato ang pagkatao, nasayop siya o basa sa iyang present na reading. But kana sila tanan, when we go to the office, ma-adjust. And even if hindi sila maganda sa office, the next month, ma-adjust gihapon siya kay continuous lang man atong meter, so ma-check na sa sunod nga mag-reading if nag-error na itong previous.
So how big is the percentage of errors as far as your meter readers are concerned?
We actually have an accuracy of meter reading sa ato ang balance scorecard every month, and we are at 99.98% accurate. So the 0.02% would be the percentage in error.
Okay, why is there an error? Dili ba na itong, diba, you're producing a
Electronic
wala na, o kanang inyong billing is already through, sa tawag na, photo paper, anong, kasi na thermal paper, and then, wala ba dito yung mga gadgets na iala lang sa metrohan?
Dili, sir. Actually, ang ato ang gadget, i-input gihapon nimo ang reading na naa sa meter. So if naay possibility nga nag-ulan or nalapukan or nahalap ang imong meter, naa siya tendency.
O nahanap ka ang meter reader.
Or nahanap ang meter reader. Yes, sir.
So 0.2% acceptable is sa industry standards?
Yes, sir.
0.02.
Yes.
So how would you know, so errors are discovered kung dili gabantay, like in this case, gabantay man siya, so na-discoveryhan. So kung wala gabantay, how would he know?
The next month, sir, pag mag-reading na po dito, mabalaan man siya if nag-error ang previous. Kaya dili naman mao ang kanang iyahang reading.
Dili ba inyong bawat yun ang metro, kaya pulihan ninyo kay daot ang metro?
Dili po, sir, depende siya. Naa may uban na nag-error with human, naay uban na atong meter ang naay
Okay,
problema.
how many percentage ang nag-error human o nag-error ang metro?
Katong 0.02%, sir, kasagara ato error dito in meter reading.
So human.
Yes.
Okay, so tagkara na ang mahitabo nga how do you refund? Do you refund? Halimbawa nagbayad siya, kung yung error di ay.
Sometimes,
Let's
sir,
take this case. Kung nagbayad siya 9,900 something, yung 500 na din yung bill, will you refund the 9,000?
sometimes you consider it as advance payment on the consumer's part.
And how would you know?
Depende sa consumer, sir.
And how would you know?
The consumer?
Yes.
There is actually an adjustment made and a copy is given to the consumer.
And how is the accuracy of these adjustments? How often do you make adjustments? 0.2% put every month?
No, sir. Depende sa, if you are referring to the application of the prepayment, every month na siya,
I mean, how often do you discover errors? You said 2% overall or every month?
Every month.
So 0.02% every month an error. And can you identify this? What's the penalty, if any, on the part of the meter reader?
Sometimes our meter readers are reprimanded. Normally reprimanded.
They don't go to check up the eyes? Dili sila pa-check up ang mata?
Not to the AP every year, sir. Pero
Do you have a record of meter readers who are on the list of almost always wrong in their reading?
yes, sir.
So naa.
Yes,
So,
we are being evaluated monthly po sa among performance.
okay. And what happens to the meter reader that is almost always mistaken? Kung naging siya mistake every time na ikalabulan, reprimand lang?
Since it's rare, sir, na pangkana siya nga meter reader kay habitual na iyang error, normally from reprimand to suspension din na siya.
Okay.
Naasaman.
Is there no technology that will reduce this 0.02 error?
I think na-answer sa meter if katong smart, katong bitong igo na lang niya itutok sa meter.
Ayan na lang to, kaya bumahal na ng meter deposit.
Wala naman rin.
Hindi naman dito gihapon siguro na meter na sana, meter charge. Kasi madungag na po diha kung mag-smart. Okay, sige, that's all.
Talking about errors, the writing. I will make an example sa akong staff. Na every ko nung gabayaran is from 450 to 500 again. But again, bill karon is 1,500. Do you consider that as an error and make a reading or actual consumption? Kay actual consumption, masama ko na sila balay, masukga. Wala gani ay television, puro ka channel 2, channel, wala ko ka channel na makuha. Wala airport, like, most probably na electric fan. O niya, nagkataho ako siya. Huwag pa po siya nakasalatan ng silang balay. What ganin mo sa 1.5 na siya kung gibayad yun na usually until ito sa mga isip pero dito sa bill is sobra sa 500. Formato man ang last na nakuha ka bill is already 1,500. Gabayad na siya pero magkapagtama sa siya.
Unless, sir, we are able to really verify the account, I can only assume that it's either nag-increase din ang consumption na ng account.
Hindi na tayo mag-increase kayo. Mag-increase. Pero kung ba nila kayo wala, yan po lang hapon ng inbox gamit. Simple yung mag-record. Diba? Wala kayo po yung gamit. Ang natukan lang is, ang tao lang, wala kong trabaho, banat, wala naman, wala sa tao, sa pwede ang ticket, sa tao, sa mga tao, abot siya, as staff release, sa pangkawan. So, really, yung tanang sila na dito. And it's possible also na 24 hours mag-visit. Diba?
We cannot really validate the case na wala siya na-increase sa inyong gamit. However, our meter is the one who validates.
Yes, I know that. But I have an example later on. So, that is the topic in Puseco. Dito na sa amo. Hopefully, din sa mga tao, makita rin kung sa timahan anong tingin ang charger kasi nga mo establish niya sa mga kanila mo tanan ang puro triple ang electric bill wala mo dating gadget na namugal sa labay kaya ayun masa nakapinta tingali ang electric fan hindi mapunas 24 hours ng electric fan kasi hindi lakas balik ako kung electric fan rice cooker sa una na rice cooker man pecharito sa una naman pecharito hindi nila masabtan na anak at ako ang pag-jump sa ilang consumption.
As I have said, I can only assume that it's either increased ilang consumption or na
But would you believe the triple ang consumption during the time of COVID?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
During our validation of accounts of our consumers, there are really those who use their appliances for 2 hours before. However, during the COVID, since naan sila tanan, they have been using their current appliances on a long duration.
We're talking about someone.
And there are
Rice cooker. It's the same. Kada buntag, refrigerator still, pareho naman sa una, 24, sabi nyo, 24/7. Ang emo, kini, electric fan, electric fan na emo, mura na niya po na gamit. Ay, wala na yung kwan. Namutsap na nakita ko. Wala na
Kami, pas balik. Pasan.
Okay,
Asa siya?
nala.
Agak. Amo hospital. Sa balay-balay, pinakalan ko hospital din isa. Sa pagawas na ni Marius gani, ipahawak ko talang pasyente niya. Kahit tungkol din simpa ko na para sa mga kubasik pala. May mga pasyente kita na lalaki namin sa bahay. Hantod ka to sa sinugdanan, hantod karon usara ang atong pasyente niya. Usara ang nagamit ng korto. Kagpipila lang ka narsis ang nahiya. Kaluyan ka Ginoo, kaya tulad sa atong kabuutan, except ang inyo siguro asosasyon, ang inyong karon, ulpita, 20% na nagsaka. Luway pasyente. Luway tao. Nagsaka, 20%. Nato ako sa sina mo siya at sa mga 20%. Oh my! How can they make a mistake? And imagine a mistake like that 20% increase when there is no one there except one patient and a few nurses and doctors. I want an answer on that. Because if they can do that to my hospital, much more to the residences. I want to show you all the bills, the readings and everything. Why? And you have to explain what happened. That's a big difference. 20% increase from the previous meeting. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, this might be the last question. Kumatana ko ni Ulang. Board Member Garcia mentioned about the billing of 9,000, yung 9,500. Then, ingunin mo nga that will reflect or that will be considered as advance payment and difference.
If the consumer opts to advance.
If the consumer agrees to make it an advance, but if it will not, i-refund niya. Lagi. Kaya i-consider advance, that's 9,000 divided by 500, that's 18 months ba? Hindi siya magbayad, pero bukat kayo para sa consumer ang 9,000 na yung bayad. So I think to be refunded, okay. Thank you. So, anyone? O, Pibico, sabi ko requisito the manager Pibico, the short message.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
To the Busico, Board of Directors and General Managers, President Busico, thank you very much. And pwede na sila excuse kung Ruben Malmala, Busico.
Sir, I gathered that Board Member Macas is still waiting that Pibico can have their side so that he can raise because the concern of Board Member Macas is for both of them.
So, may request Busico to...
Pero pwede na muna siguro buwan, grabe sa kanya kaya. Pwede mag-up. Good afternoon.
Okay, let's continue.
Good afternoon to our provincial vice governor, to our governor, Governor Saberi, to our provincial board, provincial vice governor, vice governor Roelio Insigne,
Thank you.
and member of
Brava.
the Sangguniang Lalawigan, SP staff, visitors. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I'd like to thank the provincial board for inviting me to this very ibo kayo nga discussion. For Quebeco, actually, we also experienced similar to Puseco. For the month of January, February, and March, Quebeco conducted actually an actual reading, unlike Puseco, that we conducted averaging, no? But for the month of April, because of the event happened in Lumbayao, the management of Quebeco decided to average the bill of the consumer. Actually, we originally planned to have an actual billing, no, during the COVID time. Actually, during March, during the month of March, billing month of March, there are a lot of LGU officials, barangay captains, barangay kagawad, and even municipal level, requested Quebeco not to go around because of the policy of the government to stay at home. But we begged them na kung pwede, mag-reading naman ni, and then mag-social distancing lang ni. That was for the month of March. Nagi area, no, nga lisod yun, so pangitaan na lang na magpagi. For the month of April, again, because of the Lumbayao incident, one of our meter reader was GTUM, no? GTUM, because siya ginaka-reading dito sa Lumbayao. So during that time, there are requests from the employees, especially meter readers, na kung pwede, dili lang sa yun mag-reading. Kaya pwede man, according to ERC, pwede man nga i-average lang sa. Pero gitanaw, i-evaluate sa management because as experience sa Quebeco, during the month of April, May, that is a summer time, no? Init. So kung i-average, posible nga ang consumption during that month, ang consumption niya is, ang i-average, lower kaysa actual consumption. So mao na among nakita during that time because based on our experience,
basta April gani, from March to April, the consumption would rise to mga naa sa mga 15% on ordinary nga summer, no? Karon nga summer, this is not an ordinary, this is an extraordinary because of the COVID, because of the pandemic, no? So amo nang gitanaw, gi-advance, gitanaw na namo nga posible there is an increase of 30% consumption during the stay at home, no? Plus summer period. Okay, so also, itawag yun ang averaging. So, i-average na mo for the month of April. So, mo itong natingala ni during May, nga naday hearing ang Buseco, katong sa increase, no? Kaya nag-actual man sila, after averaging, nag-actual man sila, napaluing billing man, mo itong nanay mga, dito na nigawas ang mga increases. Now, for the case of Pebeco, ang among April, wala nagreklamo sa among April nga bill. Pero dire may sa billing month of May, no? Dire na may sa May karon ang daghan kay reklamo tungod kay naay adjustment, no? Nidako pareha sa presentation sa Buseco, after the averaging, nidako ang consumption pag actual reading. So naay mga consumer nga ang ilang bill, ang uban, almost double, naapoy double good, no? During the time. Pero unsay among giingon sa among consumer, actually, lisod man gidron nga panahon, no? Kung naay mga reklamo, kung naagay dili masabtan sa bill, pwede nga moadto sa opisina aron ma-explainan, and then upon explanation, gusto gyud namo kay makita sa ila kung unsa ang ilang ilay reading dito sa ilang actual nga metro, no? Mao nang gi-encourage namo tanan nga consumer sa Pebeco nga naay question with regards to their power bill for the month of May, nga kung pwede moadto sa opisina, kung gusto sila tanawon daan ang mao na imong gikan sa mga radio, tanawon daan ang reading sa ilang metro para nga naanay reference during sa recomputation dito sa office ng ilang atuan. So ingana ang direction ni Pebeco, and then among sa Pebeco karon because of this pandemic, amo pong gi-consider, no? Ang among due date for the month of billing month of May, among gisibog to June 25, and then among naman ginang gi-declare nga for the month of June wala gyud disconnection sa consumer, no? Para nga matabangan ang tanang consumer. Ang amo alang ron maningkamot ang muli hangyo sa among power suppliers. As to the rates, sa Pebeco, no? Si Pebeco for the month of May, hitaan man na daw, pero nakuha na. Ang atong May nga rate sa generation, abot kita og 7.19. 7.19, no? Pero sa tanan, sa overall, for the month of sa residential consumer, ang atong rate sa Marso, ang atong GSIC is 11.50. Nana na siya sa ilalom, ma'am, pinakailalom, no? Sige, actually, ilalom ba sila? Iwi pa na. Actually, ako rin gihatag ako, no? Padala kami. Wala mo ko nagkuhan nga representation. Sa bulan sa March, ang atong basic rate is 11.50. Then ay VAT nga 1.23. Sa bulan sa April, ang atong rate is 11, and then ay VAT nga 1.1. So nahimo na siyang 12.18. Sa month sa May, ang atong basic rate 11.40, ang iyang VAT is 1.24. So nahimo siyang 12.6. Nasa increase sa May nga 40.40 centavos. So 40 centavos for the month of May. So tungod na siya sa, again, no? Nagya po yung contribution ng generation charge. Actually, ang nako'y gatag sa gipadala sa SP yesterday, that is an implemented rate, no? Comparative for the past 12 months ng operation ni Pebeco. As to the power contracting, no?
Contracted power.
Actually, for the past years, mao man ay problema ni Pebeco, no? Actually, pila na may patawag anak dire to explain the reason of anong naitaas kayong rate, no? Because June 2018, we experienced katong first na pag-increase yun sa rate sa Pebeco. And that was resolved because of the new power contract na nisulod sa Pebeco. And this January, nisulod na po itong isa ka power supplier, the GN Power, no? Which was also being negotiated by Pebeco with the help of the provincial governor. So, kung among i-apply, no? Kung i-apply yun namo tanan ang contracted capacity, Pebeco's rate dili lang kanang 11. More than pagyud ana, no? That is why kung makita nato diha ang utilization, pagami ko ng wis. Pagami ko ng wis. Ang utilization with regards or contracted capacity, kanang usa ka base load supplier which is FDC, nara siya sa 51%, and then si GN Power naa siya sa 40 plus percent. Dili man gyud siya kaya, no? So manang among gi-negotiate kay we cannot afford also nga ang consumer especially during this time na maoy mo abaga, no? Maabaga sa dako nga rates. So ang amuha karon ani mga deferred contract sa among suppliers. Just to maintain the katong order ni Governor before nga the rate must not di siya molampas og 11.50 ang basic rate. So amo ginang gi-maintain go para nga dili gyud mabukatan ang member consumer ni Pebeco. Karon ang amo lang nakita gyud karon actually dako gyud kayo ang rate tungod sa naay increase sa consumption during the period, and then because of the average nakahatag po to siya o impact po sa atong increase. So mao na among ipasabot sa mga consumer, pero mo lagi na the consumer isod pa gyud, no, lagi nagdako dako kayo ang increase isod po sabton, pero ang among ihangyo lang yun sa tanan nga pwede man, no? Si Pebeco is willing to talk, willing to help in case nga naagyoy dili masabtan sa atong rate. And then kung bugat yun kayo, no? Kung bugat kayo, we are willing also na pwede nga staggered ang pagbayad. Dili sila putlan. Maura man nga panahon nga magkinabangay ang among Pebeco o amo ko mga membro konsumante. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Balaba. Any questions from members? Dito na pan, dito pa.
Ano sa mo?
Ikaw lang.
Ano sa musik ko? Ano sa puta na tutulog?
May hapon.
There is something was posted on Facebook that caught my attention. Naitay kong na-amuse tungkol sa charger. Can you please flash it on screen? Ano ba sa game? Ang consumption was 99,953 kilowatt hours.
Padako din na pwede pa.
Ngayon, ang bill is 1,267,364. This is from Valencia. Alpansa, ang apelido.
Yeah.
Kaya na ito sa mga Alpansa, they are not dead really, no? They are good rice farmers. They have love. Pero wala kong kaya puno ko sa like industry na mula mo pa sa konsumo ni Vice Governor Quinto. Kaya na Vice Governor Quinto ko na konsumo is only up to 700,000 per month. Kung pinagya, 1,267,000. Na-amuse ko pa niyo. Kung sa'yo na ito sa iya?
Presidential, no?
Ha?
Presidential?
Wala presidential. Huwag mo ka na daw, doon ka na ang sa industriya sa...
Account number 2346. Or no? Agpansa.
Saan siya? Ano na?
Agpansa Edward.
Yes.
Yeah. Actually, for the month of April, zero consumption siya. Zero consumption siya, pero i-average man nato siya, natagan siya o nabilingan siya for the month of April. Pero zero siya consumption siya ng time. Pag reading karon, mo man ay mo ma-experience karon kung gamay imong actual consumption pag reading, unya naka-apply ka og average, mudako ang imong bayranan, no? That is why ang among instruction sa meter reader, that should supposedly kana unta dili gid na siya hatag sa meter reader kay dalo na siya sa office for validation. Anha unta siya ihatag sa consumer. So gihatag man ritso, no? Dili na kana actually karon ka time experience na tulo na ka bis na 1.6, na 1.2, pero wala na mo gihatag amo i-correct. Amo i-validate amo i-validate. Kay mao man lagi. That is due to the katong average na to sa April. Pag actual karon na kuha ng litro, dako
na ni or what?
actually, promotional na siya. Ang yan ba yun? Gusto ulit 300. Promotional na. Yeah. Ang yan ba yun? Is only 398.75.
Yeah, it was corrected. Mahit, out ananda. Kaya, kung gawa na, definitely, it was sa taon niya kung bayro doon. It's only that. It's not over guy. It's a fact.
Yeah.
It's not over to pay the better. What do they propose?
Yeah.
Hopefully, ang ina po reklamo man sir. Malto ko sila dito sa substance, no? Ako ko na to sa office sa nanda. Sa na office ba?
Valencia sa office.
Valencia sa office. Magkamo ko sila kaya dapat.
Sa karon gyud tungod sa kadaghan sa atong consumer nga nagreklamo. So, actually we decided nga hatagan na lang og priority number o kanusa sila pwede nga mo sa opisina. Para dili magdasok sa office kay gamitin man gud ta social distancing within the office. No? So dili gyud sila pwede nga i-diretso na to sila og i-accommodate. Ang among gusto sa Pebeco nga mahatagan gyud sila one by one and then mahatag gyud nila ang sakto nga rason nganong gitaas ang ilang increase or basin point of basin og naay error during sa reading. Actually error man gyud siya.
Error again. Kaya alam na ka ba? Ipicture na pa to kaya balay nga dunay sa wala kumain na dunay yung drinking nga kana ganing lipak ganing sa kawayan yung mag-build sa 1 million para natin isa ng function ko dapat taga-bilin ko ato. Ako yan, reseta sa inyo. Nangiyos ko, Social media. Hopefully, siguro ko na ito kay mahimo ko kung katawan ng yes, utility sir. Pero kung ang dapat kaya dali mo, inapot na ato kay apil ba makamyan eh, kung bakit ba makapot?
Ato.
Pero kapag gusto na, among di ko among Reforma kami. Hindi naman ito, mga takiya, sabi ko siya. Kung nagtiraw mo sa rin, usay, ginansa niyo na yung pero tabo-tabo naman. Ay, wala po yung sense of ownership. Hindi kayo, among 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 ato, kita talaga niya. Okay, tapi makami yan.
Yes, sir. Noted, sir.
Ano ba? Ha? Dapat kinarap.
This one, high voltage connection.
No, residential to sure.
Residential?
Yeah.
300,000?
No, that is 1.2 million.
Really ba? Just for kani.
395 pesos.
Ha?
390.
390 pesos. Kami ko 300,000. Reduce yung 300 ko, no? I was thinking it's 300,000. It's 300 pesos and 90 tapos. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
So,
sabi ka siya.
I listened to the interview of Armand Tertoy in the radio, and he admitted na may discrepancy. So, these are discrepancies, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, dili lang ni si Mr. Edward Nagpalsa na kaiban.
Because sa pag-apply na to sa average, naghan yun, no? Naghan yun.
Sa discrepancy.
Yes.
Okay. So, ikaduhang pungtana, sir, kung kumpanya ang muhangyo, sir, okay. Pero kaming mga ni, ordinaryong tao, dili okay. Tubagon kang nakasystem man ta, bayad jud ka. Kung reklamo. Kung sa may kamatuoran na ni.
Dili siguro, Mr. Chair, no? Kay, actually, ang ato, tanan man, no? Tanan nga consumer, gusto man nato ma-explain sa ilaha. No? Gusto nato ma-explain. Siguro, ang kanitabo ko karon, nanay mga frontliners nga itong gigamit na to para unta mo ma-explain. Tungkol sa kadaghan, kuha na tao mga empleyado nga mutabang, no? Pero sometimes nagyoy mga ganang sa pag-explain, dili gyud ma-cluster mag-deliberate, no? Kay perti gyud daghan mo gyud kay reklamo, daghan mo gyud kay gusto mangutana. So ang ibuhat na to, muhatag mga katong mga personnel atong gamit para nga mo i-explain unta. Siguro na misquote lang. Pero I will assure nga dili gyud dapat ingana ang itubag sa consumer.
O tanan sa Facebook karon live mo itubag sa sa atong DM ha. Sumbong ang branch manager kung sayo panghintaw. Ikatulo, kung ang senior daw mo bayad, huwag pangutana. Pero mo reklamo ang senior, pagkitaan og ID kung senior ba. Unsa ba ni? No, kung mubayad, bayad mo mudawat sa bayad, pero di mo may mudawat sa reklamo. Unsa ni siya katinuod pod?
Dili na ko ma-validate sir, pero I would assure, no?
Siguro citizen din na.
Dili din siya pwede.
Text na siguro nagpadalaan ni senior citizen kay nireklamo siguro ni pangita kay ID, pero kung sige siya bayad, wala ay dihay.
Basig bata pa sa tignaon. Ready ako.
Okay. Dito na ko sa Okay. So, tanawa ang billing ni Mr. Nagpalsa. Yung ikumpara na to ang billing ni Mr. Maramara. Okay. Wala lagi, hindi lagi mo parehas ang system.
Okay.
Ang dito, daghang kayong unbundled. Ang inyo sa Bueco, diretso. Previous energy, gayon, demand, estimated, siya. So, bundled ni, dili unbundled.
Actually, sa reading, bundled, pero sa resibo, unbundled. Ang amuan.
So, asa na, eksakto na. Ang sa resibo sa unsa ni sa hindi mo lagi sa Busico. Sa Busico, unbundled. Laro na tong delete ni Mr. Barbara ganiha. Ikumpara na to kang Mr. Palsa, unbundled. So, kinsa may nasayop, Busico, Bibico, o wala nasayop sa inyo?
Actually, wala na sayop, sir. Kami lang, wala pa na mo i-implement. Actually, nag-develop po may bagong system, no? Develop may bagong meter reading system. And then, ang among meter, actually, ang among agyon is ako paganian sa Buseco, and then dili siya thermal, no?
Print out yun.
As kanang bagong gikuan karon sa Energy Regulatory Commission. Amo na lang ginaplastar kay ako man kay good ang requirements, no? Ang gusto sa Energy Regulatory Commission nga naa tanan data masunod dito sa billing. So mo na ginabuhat ron sa among programmer para nga mo among ma-implement. So far sa karon kana pa sa among gigamit, pero ang among resibo nga ihatag sa consumer the moment nga magbayad sila kadto na dako nga naa na tanan. And then dili siya thermal paper.
Sa aton, taliko ko pa. Isod galing mga tao nga suroy, gitap ni meter ni nila. Laban ang gagawin rin ni Sisod. Apoy, tigil na kasali. Galing kong kaysa, nagalit tabo, kay kumot sila. Eh di sakto pambasa. Pilit ko din sa mga tagiya sa mga balay na nilabasa ng kila, ginagawa ko sa ikin na sa diferensya 50 pesos na. Kita kay Jehovah, korta ka kamay, pwede tayo gawin ako. Pero sa tinuod niya, ang pag-reading sa metro, mga tatlo ka, friend ka tao, ato nagpagdaton. Kaya kung ginasa, kung please, kung kami tayo. Kung gusto mo lang, nakabasa ka mo kami motor. Hindi na namin makabasa na fully made. It's really hard. Because, you know, it's human that people goes around equal. I do not know how they do it in other countries. How about the mistakes? Do they have meter readers also?
Padala na kayo. Smart naman dito, di ba? Padala na
Lalo dito sa ilang, doon ako.
Meters na ko.
Actually, that is part of the direction of Quebeco to smart application sa smart meter reading. Pero the cost is very high, no? And then
Pila ang cost puro na sa Quebeco lang.
ang device siguro tanan ko kapilang metro sa kada household wala siguro sa mga 8 to 12,000. So for 150,000 consumer, dako gyud kay siya.
Hinayon siguro ko. Gobyerno una. O dahil
Correct na, no?
Estudyohan na to.
With during the kaning pagkitabo sa pandemic, actually na-realize nila mo nga katong mga dagko nga mga consumer, dagko hinahinay ba? Katong dagko antod government, mga big loads, hinahinay gyud siya nga
smart meters.
gyud siya, no? Actually na may try before, katong text lang, ang metro na mo text. Metro ito tong sa Globe nga layo kayo, mo text diri sa among office during the time of reading. Pero malagi the cost is very high. Pero we are on the process. Kasi ginagawa sa panahon, makaya ra. Pero there is an implication on our RFEC.
More or less how much will it cost in your case?
12,000 ito.
10,000
About pila? How many?
1.2 billion.
1.2 billion?
Yes.
Is that all?
Yes.
You can borrow money against it.
Parang ko, hinahinayon lang mga tagal na siguro mga 5 years siguro. Kaya ra siguro eh.
5 years to what?
3 years. 2 years. 2 years na lang kung gabi mo kumulto.
Wala yung kina-consider yung gob, no?
Ang gusto isang sindan, ang ko kasindan, kapalit ba na sila power sa to?
Wala.
Wala.
pero
Wala
ano-
yun, not even one.
Wala, ang bus ko, wala na sa palit sa to.
My God.
Ang crystal, only during the time na billing sila.
Beginning of the billing.
After the billing, yeah.
Of billing. Ang bus ko yan sa of billing.
Wala.
Paging kabayan.
Because they are directly connected to the NAPO port. Ah. Yeah. Actually, na sila yung contract before. Ako na yung ginatanaw. Kaya musunod na sila sa amuan, dako unta, no? Katabang ko.
Franchise area man ninyo, di ba?
Yeah, franchise area, but before, naamagod sila ay agreement with the, before the IPERA na sila ay...
Anong tuig na? Anong tuig?
Ay, hindi na ko
May pwede 70.
we'll try to check kung
I was one night, I was not in the middle of that time.
Yeah.
Because we were quite honored that way at that time. Then we sold it to the Chinese group. I think it's only when they took over. Nabili mo nila na. Whatever, you know, or the best thing to do is only humans can make mistakes. We can make mistakes. In the meter reading and everything, we have excuses. Kusog ulan, pabasa, ulit lang panaya. So, you know, may panahon na dili galing mabasa tanan. So, ano na naboto nila? Sa isa ka bulan, pero nagpadahan natin. Dikit-dikit na lang nato. That is why we have that problem. It's really intermittent. Kaya nila mga reklamo sa mga konsumante, nga naman ang saga, pero bulan. This is a bulan ko na gamay. It will be very much using the power lines much more now than last month. Pero it's hard to convince them. It's hard to convince them. Anyway, you can continue looking forward to, you know, we discuss in the past. The money is too much, hindi na ito kaya. Pero we can improve. Okay? Thank you.
One more question. Sir, daot akong metro, pero natubli ang akong punsa ni. Naga ko'y biling daw. Daot man yung gikuha naman ni sa bibig ko nga daot. Naibiling daw niya, abot. Discrepancy niya po ni.
Lagi na sir, atong tanawon siya kay during the time katong pag-estimate, wala naman gyud nag-actual reading. Na office naman gyud, dito naman gyud sa office tanan ng reading, no? Sa system naman lang siya i-average. So posible na-appeal gyud siya. No? So pero kana siya kung nabilingan siya, Bebeco will gladly kung angayan siya nga i-refund kung nabayaran niya, will refund.
Wala pa rin nabayad siguro.
Wala siya nakabayad, we will cancel the meeting. Actually, sir, we are talking about here 150,000 consumer. 150,000 plus consumers. So, daghan yung kay siya, and then we have only 230 regular employees and outsourced employees of 200 plus.
Okay.
So, usahay ma-kuhan kita, no? Ma-kuhan kita atong personnel, number.
Okay. Ako lang kato nagpadala to sa Facebook, ato lang mukhang manager. Kunya, reklamo lang ninyo, kailangan nyo by right. Okay, you submitted this paper today, right?
Yes.
Okay. In this document, sales and collection. Okay. For the month of January, the number of consumers that that were able to pay the collection month is 130,325 out of 150, correct?
For what month?
January. So ang nakabayad kay collection as of residential January 2020, 130,325.
Yes.
Wala pa ni siya pandemic, no? Okay.
Actually, ang galing nga payments,
December din.
collection from January to May.
Yes.
From January
Yes.
to May. Bill niya is January.
Yes. So, pag-abot sa February 2020, from the 130,000 that paid, 119,942 na lang, correct?
Yes.
And then, pag-abot niya sa March, 85,951 na lang.
Yes.
And then, pag-abot sa, we're talking of residential here, and then pag-abot sa month of April, 40,452 na lang.
Yes.
So meaning, daghan sa mga konsumante tag-iya ang wala nagbayad.
Yes.
So good. Akong gitanaw kaya ako inyo sa ding estimate ba? Akong gi-map. Wala man gay murag actual gini. Nag-basic estimate ko ni Mr. GM, no? But then ang discrepancy from January to February, that discrepancy, di nag-ubos na payments, nawala ang mga residential payments 10,983, Pag-abot sa between February and March, 333,951. Pag-abot sa March and April, 45,499. That translates to balance of collection in April na 67,334. May collectables ba ni? So, karon what happened? Wala by just like will you assume the explanation of Buseco nga kadtong loss ninyo sa commercial kay daghan pud ning loss sa commercial din commercial industrial na po ilo ng one maya.
I cannot understand kung saan ang loss.
Okay, let's clarify. Okay, daghan man sa ato ang nagsira.
Yeah.
Nagubos sa commercial industrial. Just like the one that I asked Buseco. So, let's say Robinson's Mall did not operate for several two months. Okay. So of course wala sila consumption.
Yes.
And you already contracted this. So would you say that we also have 13% pass on to our not percent 13 centavos?
Actually, Mr. Chair, no, we understand that there is the trend, the downtrend of the consumption of our industrial and other low voltage consumers. Only residential naman gititaas, no? Because of that, ang among gibuhat, among giistorya ang suppliers, power suppliers, na maura niya among kuhaon, maura niya among bayaran. Dili may mabayad na natanan, dili na namo pwede nga ihatag na namo, ihampak na namo dito sa among consumer. Walay pastro, pero nagpabilin namin deferred nga mayroon sa ilaha nga in the future pwede in the future nga dito siya mahampak. Walay pastro.
Okay.
Ingana na mo, I do not know with the Buseco, no?
Ang ilang ipaston na nila 13 centavos na to.
I do not know pastro sa kaya mo kay naman ko yung agreement, no? Between the suppliers
and Quebeco,
and in fact, si Governor Anagel, dapat nga kung dili kaya, may mawala mga threshold, 11.50, kung labaw ka na, dili yun na siya ikuha ni Quebeco.
Dili niya bayaran?
I-deferred din siya. Deferred din naman siya. In fact, one of our suppliers, si MPC, he voluntarily, no, from 35, 20 megawatt, during the time of pandemic, he voluntarily declare gid siya nga 18 kilowatt ra ang imo.
18 mega siguro, 18
mega para mo decrease ang imo generation
cost.
So ingana ang among hangin sa among power suppliers.
Okay. So lahi ang policy sa Quebeco, lahi ang policy sa Buseco.
Actually, Mr. Chair, naalala ko may tungkol sa problema nga nabot sa mga with this mga power contract, no? Di-inherit naman nila ako ang contract, no? Ako na lang na mabuhat karon is on how to manage on this excess nga
Power.
over-contracted na power. Na lang ito yun ako mabuhat. Kung ang supplier, ipugos yun nila, I will go to the governor and I will hands up. Hindi na kaya ni Quebeco. Hindi ko siya kaya ni Quebeco the moment the power supplier will kung ilang yung ipugos, no? Ilang yung ipugos ang power contract na ipirmahan niya itong 2012 until 2013.
And FGC is one of the biggest, correct?
Yes.
And isugot na sila nga i-reduce instead of 35 mega, yung 18 lang.
Walay problema sa FTC, no? Walay problema. Ang ako lang problema is one supplier, which is the GN Power. Pero I stand with itong negotiation with Quebeco management and board and the provincial governor during the time.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that is loud and clear to all those in Buseco area.
Yes, Governor Makas.
Mr. Chair, di na ako magtindog. Kaya ang mga question naman nila. Anyway, that was my comment on Mr. Chair, because we cannot be talking only about problems, we should be talking about solutions. So, katong inong po ganina, I have questions na reserved na po sa Quebeco, which questions are also applicable to Buseco or to both. Dito po ka tanaw ta, Mr. Chair. Kay kining ang issue mo kinato, ang reklamo sa katawan, kini increase ang atong deal sa kining past few months. But how to allegedly because kay i-pass on gihatag katong mga wala magamit nga contracted ng mga power supply nagbayad ng gapon ang Buseco mo to na ihatag ang i-pass on nila ipasa sa ato ng mga residential consumers ang katong bayad. Anyway, yes. Anyway, we have heard from Febeco karon na they negotiated with the power generator companies, generating companies. Kung inganaon ka nato ang Buseco, that is why may question unta. Because Febeco and Buseco are distribution utilities, they are cooperatives. And they contract power supply with the power generators. Now, ganina nag-mention tao base load, peak load. Pero ato ning tirabanon kay na may mga Juan de la Cruz nagatanaw ni Sir Chair, paminaw nga dili makabalog mga technical terms na gagamiton aning power industry. So kung may nagkaroon nakakontrata man ang Febeco o ang Buseco sa mga power generators. Kung may nagkaroon power generators, siguro usanaan na ang Abuitis, di ba? Usanaan na ang Napukor, di ba? Generator man nga po ng Napukor. Oh, anyway, unsay ngalan nato sa agreement or contract?
Power supply agreement.
PSA.
PSA.
PSA. Wala na ilaing na technical term gawa sa PSA.
Independent Power Purchase Agreement.
Okay, IPP, that was mentioned by Member Beltrán kanina. Okay. Pero kung layman's understanding nato, kontrata man na siya, di ba? Kontrata na nagsabot ang distribution utility companies o ang power generators aning electric supply na magpalit sila this bulk, di ba? Okay. Karon, how do we treat electric supply? Is it a good, a commodity, or is it a service?
Service.
Siguro both. Siguro both. It is a good and it is a service. Anyway, the point is, kung kontrata man o galing siya na nag-involve of good, nag-involve of service, tungod kay katong mga excess, kaya namin nag-shutdown because of the pandemic, di ba? In the case of Febeco, because in the case of Buseco, natunggan na nato, one is Revesco, nagkabayad of 12 million naman. Because of the pandemic, nag 3.5 million na lang. In the case of Febeco, unsa ng mga dagko mga high voltage consumers ang inyong ikuan nag-shutdown?
Robinson, they used to pay 7 million, 1.5 million na lang.
Okay, aside from Robinsons?
Gaisano Mall, 1.8, 600,000 na lang.
Okay. So kung ato siyang saktong sa murag pang-ordinaryo nga tao lugar na wala makabalok ng mga technical terms na gamiton sa power industry. Tungod kay dili, inganiyaw ko na lang, kung upalit kita, atong gikaon, kaya rin din nato, atong gigamit, di ba? Kaya it is a service or it is a good man. Pero kanang wala na madawat sa mga konsumante, mga residential consumers. So how come na ipabayad sila? Ngayon, how come i-pass on man? Ito magkaingan ang sistema sa power industries Pilipinas. That's how electric cooperatives operate. Di man siguro. Luoy kay itong mga konsumante ng mga gagmay kayo. So maunta na ang pangitag paagi kung unsaon sa management. Na dili mahatag dito sa mga gagmay konsumante noon. Katong gibayaran sa electric cooperative nga wala magamit tungod kay ang nadagko ng mga konsumantes kurente wala mag-operate because of the pandemic. And pandemic itself is, we can call that siguro fortuitous event. Dili wala mo na gikuan. Wala mo na nato tuyo. Natural man ang nanyabot ng virus. So the risk or the loss should i-bear lugar sa generator or sa utility, distribution utility. ayaw dito sa katawan. And that is why we come to a point na ang mga distribution utilities, mga electric cooperatives, mag-set aside na yung inana, more contingency fund ba? Na kung naikwan, dito nila kwaon ang pambayad, dili ay pass on nila sa mga gagmay konsumante. That is the solution na I would like to discuss. Okay, as I said, we cannot be talking only about problems, we should be talking about solutions. Otherwise, this just is a live festival. So nga lang siguro, let's focus on the solutions, on how to do that.
Mr. Chair, no, thank you very much. That is also one of our wala yung pinahangyo unta karon, labi na karon panahon na kung ang ERC dapat the ERC will rule that kanang mga contract dapat i-hold sana siya kay dili magyud pwede nga implement ng mga kontratahan. Dili gyud mag-match sa present condition. So I do not know kung sa action sa Energy Regulatory Commission, pero we are hopeful, no? Namatay mga congressman nga mga kaila na they are also naana sila sa process nga niyon sa ERC, magpagawas ang ERC na mawala ng mga contracted during this time o kanang mga minimum offtake, kanang tawag o minimum offtake energy mga miyot, no? So during this time, so kay lahat ng this is an extraordinary time.
Mr. Chair. Yes, Board Member Maramara, the Busico manager is using his hand to invite something to say. Can we accommodate? Okay. Manager Busico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair, the Association of Philippine Rural Electric Cooperatives already filed a petition to the ERC and the Department of Energy that for the period under the ECQ and DCQ, that the basis for the nomination for the bill should be based on the actual nomination but not on the contracted capacity. However, the part of the generators, matong pag-listen to the generators, because their explanation is they have also a fixed amount payment to the banks. So that na sila yung mga monthly amortization po sa ilang bangko. So okay lang po generators na medyo mugamit sila sa ilang fund. Mr. Chairman, mugamit silang fund to allow the distribution utility na mag-partial lang sa bayan. Kaya right now, for example, in Buseco, for the month of March, natay uncollected 25 million as of May. For April, we have an uncollected amount of 43 million. So sum up, Mr. Chair, we already experiencing 70 million nga wa pa nato na kolekta. And if we will absorb for the month of May, di nakalihok ang atong Buseco unless the power supplier will grant us extension, because remember that 85% of our in every peso, 85 centavos na nakaino na sa ila, 15 centavos lang ang makaino sa amo. So medyo mag-isip ko diyan, muna we are proposing sa putong ninyo ni JL that we are negotiating with our power suppliers, but the commitment wala pa rin na siya karon as of now, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Board Member Lilian.
Yeah, I think kung saan mo na the Bangko Sentral has already issued a circular that all banks will not enforce collection of loans, irregardless of what kind of loan. Dugay na halos sabay ang pronouncement sa Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas o ang declaration sa ECQ and GCQ. So siguro na-delay lang og 1 or 2 weeks, pagawas na og circular ang Bangko Sentral. So that answer of the independent power producers is actually not feasible. Kailangan may construction. So if they are going, their point is dili sila musugot because nasa sila bayron sa bangko, which they can defer payment because also of the instruction ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. That's all the more na dili mo dapat mutuuan na sa ilaha.
In fact, Mr. Chair, when we implemented the 4 equal installment, we also implemented a staggered payment for the month of March, because ERC, pagawas of advisory, that the power supply also will grant to the distribution utility the 4 equal installment. But as to the April and May, wala kay ruling ang ERC. So, murag napa sa Department of Energy and the ERC ang
So what's covered?
March lang.
March lang.
Oh, March.
April, May, and we're already in June, wala pa na.
Yeah, we are compelled to pay, Mr. Chair. Muna siya na in the meantime, nawa kami nakakulay. Ang atong busoy ko may absorb. So muna may defer some of our non-power cost ng mga expenses just to pay our power suppliers.
What happens if you do not pay?
So bumudang na siya, Mr. Chair, and then focus kita na hindi na ito bayaran ng power suppliers.
Wala ako'y question ka na. Kung sa may tabo, kung magbibindi kita sa atong mga power supply, kaya tungkol sa ilang ka, sobra kaswapa. Kung sa may tabo, maprangka mo. Patro nila. Hindi nagtatagaan sa ano ni. Sa kurente. Suway ta kurente. Hindi ko maglupok ng ilang tanan ng mga pamilya. Ang ilang mga power plant, nani parupol na. Para lang, kaya nila. Ugaw, tanan na. Sabi mo, dapat patawagan na sila sa dini para na.
Hindi kaya sila ko.
Kung na nato lang, puro ng tanan inyong kita. Puro yung profit, kaluoy, mabig na tao din. Okay, no? I think we should.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman.
Vice Deputy Chair on Power Utilities.
Pwede.
In fact, kung ito na yung ipakancel mo last week, yapin mo ang mga power producers, ipakancel na po din balik ko. So, ikaw na po talaga.
Padayon na to, sila lang.
Okay.
Padayon na to, hugaw na to lang. Hugaw na to.
Ikaw,
Ako muna.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you have given us a document. Pwede magpagawas ka itong kwan? Ini rumaya sa kaya actual implemented rates. Pwede sa tama parang yan. Kato ng paubos. Tapos na, balik sa rin sa month of May 2020.
Starting
Malinita sa kwan. Total basic rate. Nasa ubos. Okay, dahil pataas dahil.
Residential high voltage.
May restriction eh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Kita na to dia month of May 2020 asa to. May total basic rate is 11 pesos and 43 centavos.
46
Month of May na siya. However, sa month of April, 11.01. Mani ang atong rate. Kung mo nang i-minus from month of May to month of April, na ay increase na 42 centavos. Pero kung imo pong i-deduct ang month of April, which is 11.0100, i-deduct nimo sa month of March, mo negative siya. Meaning, ni-decrease ang rate. Okay. So, ang support, padulong din sa June 2019, pabalik to ga, na ay ni-decrease, na ay nag-increase, na ay nag-decrease, na ay nag-increase, na ay nag-increase. So, kung is, bot-bot, yapon, kung tutalo na to mas maganda ng increase. Now, kung kaltana sa anong dili siya, anong
consistent.
Pagpagin ng mali.
Okay. Ang fixed na rate, sir, Mr. Chair, is only the distribution, supply, and metering.
Distribution, DSM. O yapon, di-establish.
Kanang maura na fix, no? Maura na rates nga para yun sa electric cooperative.
Like sa kapag sa Bosiko.
Yes. Kanang generation, transmission, systems loss, gadipindi na siya, no, monthly. So, gadipindi na siya sa trend sa consumption or demand sa co-op. And then there are a lot of factors, no? Pwede po nga napoy application sa power exchange rate sa supplier, napil sa diya, no? So, gabari siya, dili yun siya fixed, no? That is why, mo na yung paningkamutan, no? Nga, kay, kung gamay yung kayo ang demand sa co-op, kung dili siya kataas, mutaas yun ang rates. So that is why, nga, mo na muha karon nga, grabe.
So, balik ko na to, sir. Kung dili ka taas ang demand,
Kung ang demand ka paubos, mutaas yun ang rates, no? Oo.
Tungkol sa contracted ko,
Appeal na siya sa contractor, pero kaya ikuan mo na siya total power cost divide itong kilowatt hour purchase. Kung gamay ang kilowatt hour purchase nimo kay gamay ang demand, gamay gid imong divisor, no? Gamay gid siya. So posible mo dako siya, pero mo increase ang imong consumption, ang imong purchase, mo increase, mo gamay pud ang iyang rate. So ingana siya.
So, pwede ko lang ito, puro negative ang kada.
Muabot yun sa anak ng time, kay ka-increase man ang load sa matag co-op. Kaya karon naman po, lagi na, mabago po na contract na sulod, kinahanglan pa yun na ito nga i-plaster, no? E dili yun siya, naku kung good ni siya nga istoryahanan yun kining power contract. Dili man good ni, actually billions man gani ni nga transaction. So mo nang kinahanglan nga uptake ang atong corporate planning nga mutan-aw sa future forecasting. Ang pag-forecast mo importante kay delikado kung masipyat pod nga untog-untog ang atong pag-forecast, untog-untog ang atong pagpalit, posible pod brown out punta. No? Mag-brown out punta, so mas dako nga cost na hinoon sa distribution utility kay mangita naman tao katong mga diesel ay mga pasulod musamot po kada kuan generation. That's why gina-balance nato nga naa gyoy at least unta bisan sa Pebeco karon sa Pebeco ang atong excess capacity naaman sa mga more than 50%. Naa gyud unta ta sa 25%. Naa gyud unta ta diya nga naa gyud tay excess nga 25% para naay room ang atong mosulod nga mga big loads. Like for example, kami karon naigo lang sa pandemic, naami 2 megawatt sa WAO. We did not expect nga naay mosulod ingana kadako dito sa WAO. Ang door condition na sila gi-open dito nga planta, no? So this is 2 mega. Ang among problema karon gani unsaon no pag-supply sa ilaha. Kay ang atong substation dito nga area is only 5 megawatt and then nagpakiluoy man ang nagpatabang mo nato ang Banisilan. Kay sino nag brown out sa Cotelco, niya yung Banisilan nga diri mo connect sa Pebeco. So isuplayan nato si Banisilan diri sa WAO. Pero the moment musulod ang dole dito sa WAO, there's a possibility nga ma-short yun ang substation nga nag-supply dito. Dili niya kaya.
Just make sure, sir, na palabay yun yung taga-Bukidnon. Dili kay
Of course.
deny na sa imong area sa Pibito Bukidnon na
Of course, hard din na nato ng Bukidnon.
okay. So, sir, like sa Bosiko, katong i-request ni Gog na among i-hear sa mga power producers, maayon ni sa inyo og kanang power purchase agreement ninyo in each power producing
No problem, we already submitted that before.
nakasabit mo.
2018. Submit na kay mga mga issue before na increasing power rates of Pebeco. Pero we can submit again if the board
Okay. So please, ipasabit na
No problem.
ako ang iba basayan para invite na po sila.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
In Quebeco, 11.50 per kilowatt hour ang atong rate.
1140? 1140 per month. Ang basic rate plus VAT, abot siya of 12.60.
Okay, it's a 10% back na. Okay. Same with Buseco.
Dili. Mas lower ang ila.
11.25 plus VAT na yun. So, 5 centavos difference. Okay. So, dili ni siya maparehas, no? Kaya depende man sa suppliers. Okay. Okay. Thank you,
Mr. Chair, nakoy ikuan katong sa Pibeco si Palco para makita kung nato ka.
Pareho.
Comparison sa Buseco si Palco kaya ano po niya
Mahal pen palko.
mas mahal pa gyapon ta.
Mas mahal na ito.
10 pesos ang sila.
Na sila sa
Gis?
11
Ano dito?
wala.
Sipa. Last. Here. Na.
Gamay kami karon kami. So, na siya no, ang kanang yellow, that is Pebeco, ang green is blue is si Palco. Kung makita nato sa generation charts, maura si Palco o si Pebeco. No? Ang kang si Palco lang, actually, si Palco lang tungod sa kagbubok sa iyang distribution line, niya kadaghan siyang customer, ang iyang transmission charge perting ubusa. 0.20 ra kita, ang atong transmission charge is 1 piso. Ang atong systems loss, same with mamawapon sa Buseco, 0.80 centavos, ilaha is only for the month of May, 0.30, sa April is 0.45. Pero kung tanawin mo ang charges, sa distribution charge, 0.57 si Pibeco, si Palco is 1.6.
1 peso 60 centavos.
1 peso at 60 centavos. Supply charge, si Pibeco 0.60, si Palco 0.44. Alang for metering charge, that is fixed, 5 pesos, no? Per customer na. Hindi ka per kilowatt hour. Si Palco, Gis. Sa metering charge, si Pibeco nasa sa 0.43. Si Palco, 0.60. So, pero sa ubos, kung tanawin mong basic charge si Palco, 10.40 siya sa April, 10.30 siya sa May. Sa Pebeco, 11.4 and basic charge 11.1. Kung ang comparison niya, kung barato pa lang itong transmission, kung pareha pa lang tayo si Palco sa transmission charge, ubos pa ta kay si Palco ang rates sa generation, mamao raman, no? Mamao. And then sa distribution charge, ang atong distribution charge is ubos kayo kaysa kang si Palco. More than 1 peso ang difference. Nganong 1 peso man na? Because si Palco, patong siya og 1 peso nga ginansya dito sa iyang consumer. Si Pebeco, wala man siya nagpatong og ginansya diha sa iyang consumer. Kaya igor man ito gi-recover ang mga gasto ni Pebeco. So, mao na siya ang comparison.
Private man ang si Palco, right?
Yes, private. So, they are entitled, sa ilang distribution charge, they're entitled for profit. Sa ato, wala din tayo profit. That is why, kita niyo sa ilang 1.60, ang Pebeco is only 0.57.
Anong mahal ba ang transmission charge na ito? Kamumay kagiya sa
that is NGCP. Kanang sa 69 transmission line, gamay ra kay na. Actually, we pay only 300,000 a month, 380,000 a month. Pero sa atong NGCP, kanang takos taga, kanang high voltage na mga linya, we pay almost 20 million a month.
Ano man, why is it na barato lang sa Cagayan compared sa dito?
Layo naman yung kita. No?
Naman dali ang hydro.
Actually, ang problema sa hydro, napopor, wala na ka-supply na karon, no? As biston, himo raman na siya mga mura na siya buffer. Dili man wala naman kita kakuha diya. Ang atong supplier karon, FTC, Genpower. Ang isa na ka supplier, tapos Volkswagen, Lanao. The other one is in the Misamis Oriental.
Siyag.
No, the FTC.
FTC.
Yeah.
So, in other words, ato na bukapon. Ha? Nalang NPC. Wala na siya dahil function, wala na siya.
Ano po, Court?
Court.
Actually, gigamit na siya auxiliary, no? Muna siya gamiton in case nga magkulang ang frequency sa grid, paandar, magkulang ang supply sa grid, paandar. Himo ra na siya. Sumaw na to backup power.
Backup power. So,
Reserva.
So, di ba, gamix man ta, gamix sa coal, hydro, solar, diesel, aron mumusuntang generation cost, correct?
Yeah.
So, karon wala na. Puros na coal o sani, ang baseload na to.
Gamay na lang kaya itong mix na to sa hydro. Gamay na lang kaya.
Negligible na kumbaga.
Di na kagamay, di na ka naging kayo.
So, coal na rin ang baseload sa
Yes.
Mindanao.
Yeah.
Okay, so that explains nga nung taas ang rate.
Yeah.
Kung tanaw na ito, mas may pamagdegosyo kaysa cooperative. Mahal ba
Oo.
Pero sa parko.
Siguro ipatawag na itong NCCP. Nga nung mahal ng transmission nila sa Pilipinas.
Pwede.
Di ba?
No.
Compare na ito na sa Quebeco. Ang ma-explain nila. Siyempre na itong NCCP kay next week. Kay Juan man. Sa kung man ang umater man ako, kung magparehas ka.
Constitution charges.
Kung pareha siya, lower to rate.
Lower ang rate. Sa Quebeco and Quebeco. Okay. So,
Okay, no more. Court.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sa ato ng bisita, mga hapon ng namin. Kini ako, just for clarification, no? Kini intindi para sa musiko. Kaya awal po tingali mo ng bukit nun sa transmission reconstruction, no? BSTC. Di ba di ba musiko under sa BSTC?
Quebeco and Buseco.
Okay, kaya mo Quebeco.
Quebeco and Buseco is actually mao siya mura siya tag-iya gyud sa BSTC. Ang majority owner of BSTC.
Pero kung siya yung lain na entity din siya.
Yes, it is registered under the Security and Exchange Commission. It is a corporation.
So, dili mo cooperate ang Quebeco ang Buseco kung dili mo agi sa BSTC.
Kinahanglan din siya maagi kay siya may nag-supply sa yaman giagi sa NCCP ang power.
So, it is sa ito pa mandatory hindi siya na kinahanglan yung mo agi ang Quebeco.
Yes, because as of this time, wala pa man tay line nga magian sa atong kuryente. Dili kaya pa man ta magi.
O kaya po sa pag ng mga provinces like sa mga cooperatives, nailan po galing dito nga kining sub-transmission corporation nga po.
Ang Bukidnon Sub-Transmission Corporation, ato ra gihimo tungod sa mando sa IPERA nga ang 69 kV line nga kinahanglan nga i-divest, no? Ipag-divest man sa IPERA ang 69 kV line from the national grid sa Transco. Actually, Transco magina siya. So, i-divest o ihatag dito sa in the case of one, Quebeco at Buseco, kita may nagdamit. So, dito siya ihatag sa Quebeco and Buseco. That is why nag-create si Quebeco and Buseco ka corporation para nga mo manage niya ng Bukidnon sa transmission corporation.
So, who is the head of kining sa BSTC?
Actually, presently the president is Dr. Regine Mordino, former board president of Quebeco.
Dili siya member sa board karon.
Presently, hindi na.
Dili pa the same kay last year ang like for example sa unas Buseco di ba member sa board niya at the same time may head sa kining sa BSTC.
Iya.
So,
Puli-puli.
sa ako ba the same person? Why not use sila sa kining sa either PBB or sa BSTC? Kaya kung pumunta hinungdan mo sa nga niya ni additional ng mga churches, mga transmission energy churches, napag-impart sa transmission. So, iba ko na mukanta lain na entity, pero the same person na gyapon sa cooperative sa kahit.
Akong iklaro na ko, no? Actually, sa dito pa na kanang 69 kV line, dito pa na siya sa Transco, NGCP. Si NGCP, nakulikta o kanang tawag connection charge. No? Pag bulag sa 69, pag diverse na ng 69, ikuha ni Pebeco and Buseco, ganong ikuha man, ganong kinahanglan man nga mag-uban si Buseco o Pebeco, tungod kay ang linya, isa ra man ka line. Di man po musukot si Buseco nga, katong linya to dito sa Kibawi, Pebeco na lang to, kinaaman to. Kanang dapit diya sa inyo nga sa balay-balay, inyo man na, pero katong padulong po sa Valencia, di man po musukot, no? So the only way nga pwede buhaton is through a consortium. Mo nang nag-create ang corporation para nga ma-manage kay pag-ubot man, di man musugod si Buseco. Samot na si Pebeco, di pa musugod si Pebeco nga yatag na lang namo ni Buseco ang kanang 69 kV line padulong dito sa Maramag. Gikan sa Aglayan padulong sa Maramag. Pwede na umatag kung dito sa kuan, sa Tumulan, Taguluan, pwede to na umatag ni Buseco kay sila naman nagamit, pero kanang diha dili gid pwede. At the same time, si Buseco dili ko siya musugod nga among araw to ditong linya. So mao nang nagbuhat ta og corporation para mo manage. Now, sa karon, walay rates nga increase nga nahitabo diha. Walay rates nga na-increase. Kung unsa tong rates nga gipasa atong una, na murag pulo 20 na katuig, siguro na sa rates, mura gyapon na gigamit ni BSTC pagbiling niya ka Pebeco o Buseco.
So nasa na possibility nga pwede ibuhat mo ang Pebeco lain nga BSTC.
The business is the corporation. Basta ang gusto nimo sir is the 69 kV line, linya. Pwede mi makabuhat, pero from Maramag to Valencia, bukas to mi og mga nasiguro sa mga 200 to 300 million.
So pwede rin, yung 69 mo gina.
Actually 69 kV line, puntahin na siya, 69,000 kilovolt. 69 kilovolt, puntahin na siya. O si Bibi na sir, init na kayo, magmuto.
Mas init kilo na 69.
Puntahin na siya, puntahin.
Ako bang login, basta magiging ato streamline ang ano, para nga, terus kadagan sa charges din eh. Dari kalibog na ganun pa na, magkalibat na kita yung ipan ninyo, may system of part, may transmission part. Kaya pag yung mga transmission demand charge, transmission energy charges. So, tingali, paano streamline tingali, kana tingali, patanta sa BSTC, i-fuse na lang siya sa either sa Buseco o sa kining sa kining sa Pebeco. Para usara siya ba? Magbuhat ang client kasi na sa ito expenses na po. Kaya pusyudo ka na po sa kining yung mga personel.
Mr. Chair, no? So now, Mr. Chair, wala yun tayo line item for BSTC. No? Kana siya diya, sakol na ng BSTC o NGCP, nada sa transmission line. And then, the bulk, no? Kung mayroon ta nga, ang transmission charge na sa 1 piso per kilowatt hour, ang NGCP na nasa mga 99%, 1% ra, wala kayo siguro kabot og 1% ang BSTC.
Kung tayo legal basis, ana, nga ganun,
Yes.
sa BSTC.
Yes.
So kanang butang ka karon, like for example, kung ato nang i-fuse o saka usa ni cooperative, sakto pa maminus na ang utility chemical charges. Dili
Yes,
sa
sir.
operate ang patong sakto pa without kining ato gitawag og cannabis DC. Dili pa ka go direct katransact ang usa ni kini cooperative sa ERC. Moagi gyud sa kining BSTC.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, mauna mong istorya lagi before nga mualaw si Puseco nga kanang 69 kV line ka kana sa Pibeco nga area, kang Pibeco na lang na. And then dito sa ilaha wala problema. Pero mo lagi na there is an issue with kung kinsa joy mo manage na because kanang sa linya sa Pibeco nakakabit man po niya si Puseco. No? So mao gyud niya ang pinaka maayo na solusyon is magbuhat din sa consortium. Para nga maprotektahan ni Buseco ang iyang interest, maprotektahan po ni Pebeco ang iyang interest with regards to that 69 TV9.
So tingali 69 kaya nakakabit naman siya, di ba?
Okay, pwede na siya.
May I ask the manager of Pebeco, Mr. Chairman, that being part owner of BSTC, how much capital have they infused in BSTC, and have they also implemented upgrading of the lines, poles of the 69 transmission line? So if there is any.
Yeah, actually we invested almost 5 million for that, and then
5 million?
Yeah, almost 5 million, 4.9 something. 4.9 something, and each pole. And then as to the upgrading, actually nagyud mi lagi na, balik mo tag CAPEX yapon, no? Application ng CAPEX para aproban sa Energy Regulatory Commission. Pero as of now, wala pa gyud klaro nga signal ng ERC para unta na ma-upgrade ang line. But through the internal effort of the DSTC, nakita niyo size, kaputol dito sa Maramag side, kaya Maramag nga linya sa BSTC, ang muagi nga current dito karon, maabot na siya og tag 60 to 60 megawatt hour. 60 megawatt, no? Na capacity niya ang wire is nara siya sa 50 megawatt. So there are times na mukha na siya. So buhat. Actually nami napinding lang tungkol sa COVID na yung sa item nga among sa lang ka item, no? Para unta nga among mulagon ang linya ang wire. Dulong dito, so split ang ipandol ang wire para nga ma-distribute ang load. So, nanang materials, nanang usang ka materials nga gamay lang ta kay cost pero dili po siya common, and then sa China pa gyud siya i-purchase tungnan po sa pandemic mo wala gyud na implement. Pero the management and the board of this TC are trying hard na ma-improve gyud ang 69 kV line.
Mo na kasagara sa fault, no? Diya sa 69 kV.
Diha. Usahay, maigo po grabber, tumbahan po grabber, tumbahan po ng palkata. So, mo na kasagaran na hurot yun ta para maramag to malay-balay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
In ending,
Ako sa may mensahe ta sa mga nakulbaan sa ilang bill as far as Pebeco is concerned. Kaya naghan man doon kami niya, at least makadungog ko yung mensahe ilang Pebeco unsay ilang amay buhaton.
Yeah. In the case of Pebeco, no, among yan tanan ang mga consumers na mato lang sa office, no, pwede gani gyud sa akong opisina. Kami ka-receive puro ng mga reklamo, ang uban itang email, bagon mo na to email with explanation, no? Kay palo magyunta nga niagi manggod siya og kanang abnormal ang ang iyang operation tungod kay nag-average ta. No? Pero kami unta lagi gusto gid unta namong i-actual pag reading pero during the time na may problema. So di na to gusto nga i-risk ang life sa atong mga personnel. That is why nga nag-average ta. Ang problema na agi na nagsugod sa average. Eh kung walay averaging, wala man tayo mga bill nga ingana lugar nga makalitan ng mga konsumante. Pero kami sa Pebeco, naghangyo na lang din, no? Sama sa among pagsabot nga dili ni karon naglisod-lisod sa mga consumer. Pwede mo mohangyo sa inyong bayad, makikistorya lang, no? Pwede man nato istoryahon ang tanan.
Dili lang magsuko-suko.
Kung magsuko-suko ta, wala pa mo tayo, pero naman po yung katungod ang tanan nga masuko. No? Pero napon may katungod sa Pebeco nga mo-explain kung unsay nahitabo kung anong naingana po ang bill sa atong mga konsumante. Ako mayon ko nga naagay sayo sa Pebeco during the time of March, na wala din namo na aware ang consumer nga summer na ra ba mutaas ra ba gyud ang consumption sa summer, plus wala pa gyud namo sila na aware nga nag-stay at home ra mo, mutaas pa gyud na og samot, no? Wala na to sila na wala gyud na inform. So mao gyud na siya rason, no? Mao gyud na siya rason kay kung summer mo increase gid siya, nadugahan pa gyud na nag-stay at home. Katong explanation ganina, katong kang board ganina nga ingon siya nga rice cooker. Ang rice cooker dinor na siya, di na sa rice cooker. Pero ang usa ka, ang tulo ka kabo nga bugas lutoon sa rice cooker ug 5 ka kabo nga bugas lutoon sa rice cooker, dili na siya pareha og consumption sa kuryente.
Dugay man maluto.
Dili siya dugay maluto. Sa electric pan, ang usa ka tawo mag-electric pan ug tulo ka tawo mag-electric pan, dili na siya pareha. Ang usa ka tawo nga mag-electric pan, posible number 3 na niya. Pero tulo na ka tawo mag-electric pan, posible iyan na yun ang number 1. Aircon. Sa aircon, pwede tayo nga mag-26 sa aircon kung kita ra isa. Pero 5 na takabuok or 8 na takabuok sulod sa kwarto, posible nga ito yun ang itin ng aircon para mubugnaw gid siya. Daghang kay factors karon nga panahon, no? Isa-isahon na na. Cellphone, TikTok, matay ko nga namang si kinuangan, ay mo sige TikTok kay sige mong charge, buta ko inyong kuryente. Tinood man yun, buta ko, pila na ng cellphone, pero tungkol sa kadagan, no? Tungkol sa kadagan. Mo lagi yung mga misabot, sabton lang nato, tanan karon. Sabtami sa Pebeco, sabtami ninyo. Kay kami mo sabot pud mi kaninyong mga konsumante ni Pebeco. Ana lang siguro word, Mr. Chair.
Okay, last question na siguro ni GM Malawa. You mentioned nga ang BSTC is owned by Busico and Pebeco. How much is the operational cost of BSTC per year?
Dili kay nako.
Estimate lang.
Estimate siguro na siguro sa mga 8 to 10
million per year.
Yeah.
How do you share with Busico?
Actually, Mr. Chair, ang hitabo man gud pag diverse lugar sa Transco, kung unsa tong mga connection charges, katong nakuha nga connection, mora po gibayaran. So katong among ginabayad sa Transco, mora po among gibayad sa BSTC. So sa karon, ang connection charge ng Pebeco na siya sa ginabayad na mo monthly 387 mga 380,000 anak, no? Si Busico nagbayad po siya og mga 600,000. 600,000 monthly. Duha man na ina ka 69, na sila 69 dito sa Taguluan, na po sila i-share diri sa Maramag na 69. And then ang nag-compute po na, actually is Transco before ang nag-compute ana. Sa karon wala may lahi-lahi nga, wala charges nga gikan gyud sa BSTC. So dili that charges kato ka lang original nga charge.
So roughly that is 800,000 a month ang inyong expenses. 18 million ang inyong bayaran sa
mas more than pa gyud na Mr. Chair. Kung na mga posting ang mga tumba, mas more than
average lang, average.
Average.
So, how much is your income sa STC?
Sa karon ginagmay income pero magamit ra gyapon pag reinvest.
Average.
Dili kay nako makuha ng average with Mr. Chair.
More than 10 million a year.
Dili po siya. Dili siya. So nasi way masubra na kailangan po tayo ginabayaran po sa Transco, no? Naman tayo lease agreement. Lease purchase ugod na. Monthly, naapod tayo ginabayaran dito ng mga 50 million na siya. 54 million. So, naapod tayo ginabayaran dito sa Transco.
50 million a year.
No, i-divide na siya for 25 years, mga 300. So, 459,000 naman.
So, meaning that your BSTC is getting an income of more than 10 million because you cannot sustain without that amount.
Really good, no?
So, more than 10 million.
Ang income?
Revenue.
Revenue is more than 10 million. Revenue, 300 for Pebeco, 600, mga 12 billion ang revenue. Pero sa expenses and kanang ginabayad nato sa Transco nga leasehold, ang resulta na igo ra gyud, no? Igo ra gyud niya makapa-ilis po sa linya. No? Makapatindog po poste in case nga naay mga tumba nga poste.
Kaya ang buta ko pasabot nga you engage in business of operating the business in the transmission line kung dili mo maka-prepare income in the future for emergency, useless nga po. Dapat sila ang operate na lang anak para wala na responsibility ang BSPC.
Actually, good, Mr. Chair, ang ato panggawang
kay di cooperative will suffer later on kung hindi sila maka-maintain anak. Then, besides, ang cooperative unta, being non-profit cooperative, hindi ginamit yung business nga profit. Right?
Actually, Mr. Chair, no, sa present karon nga gipagawas gyud sa apil sa tungban, sa apil sa pera, itugutan gyud ta nga engage into business, no? And even niya, the National Electrification Administration who regulate us, nag-encourage gyud nga musulod gyud sa musulod gani generation, no? Para unta kung matarong man ang unta na siya, pwede man gud siya. Kung natay generation and then mag-income siya, ibalik mo na dito mo boss ang generation charge. Oo. So mao man na ang direction gyud unta, no? Pero sa karon lang wala pa man gyud panukad ang elektriko. Ito kao na lang gyud sa 50 years.
Mas maayo na mag-engage sa business ang kuwan. Pero how about the, kanya may mga abogado, ang katong ingon nila ng non-stock, non-profit kuwan, cooperative. Profit Japon.
Ang paano mo siya Mr. Chair, na kung na kay mga outside business, kung na ay ginansya nito, that profit will be used to reduce the rates. Mao na siya ang direction.
Reduce the rates so that
reduce the rates dili sa
consumer welfare.
Aron maupsan ang consumer rate sa consumer. Pero wala pa man taana karon, no? Other co-ops, like for example, Baguio, Unico, nana sila sa ilahan na.
Okay. So anymore, thank you.
Sa other matters, Mr. Chair. Sa other matters,
Yes,
sa atong program. Sa agenda, dili na ni aning atong present na issues karon, but it has reference to in bill deposit. Actually, I have asked
Deposit siguro?
bill. I have asked also Buseco when they were here in our previous sessions before. But to give Pebeco a day in this legislative hall, may I ask if Pebeco also collects bill deposit?
Yes, sir. We collect the bill deposit.
Since when?
2008.
2008? And until now?
Yes. And in fact, karon mo na mong reconcile kay ana siya na tong namo na siya mga corresponding interest, no? Ipatong ana para nga katong kwarta sa consumer magdako po to siya, no? So mao man gud na ang ikuan pod sa actually kapalo man pod sa ERC.
Yes, actually naman advisory ng ERC na. But in the original implementation of bill deposit, it should be deposited in an interest-bearing account in Land Bank, right? So how about Pebeco? Dito Land Bank ninyo, we deposit or in other banks?
In other banks.
In other banks. How much have you collected, if you don't mind? As of now, estimate.
Di na ko pero that is, I think more than 20 million.
More than 20 million.
20 million.
Anyway, actually nakafile na po og resolution ng good address to Buseco, and I'm thinking to make it quite fair. I'm proposing for a resolution for sa Pebeco for the refund with interest kay anyway, depende na sa inyo. Pero naitabo man karon, grabe ang reklamo sa mga tao tungkol ani naitabo. So just to the playing field ba, just to equal the playing field wherein the electric consumers tanan reklamo. So pwede man siya kung i-refund. I do not know what are the requirements of the ERC on that matter in case there is a refund. But it is for me, mura ba og mura i-amend po nato ang ginhawa sa mga konsumante. Kay makatabang naman ang guna if there is a refund and it will be offsetted dito sa ilang increase na monthly bills. So mura medyo arang-arang ra ilang ginhawa. Kay usa mo na kung nareklamo po na ng bill deposit because the purpose of bill deposit is that kung medyo hindi nakabayad kay napiki or nakaligtaan lang yun, nalimot lang yun, kay busy tayo, dito ang bill deposit mo apply. So dili kaputlan. But based on my experience sa akong pagkuhan sa mga tao po, kung putol mong bigyapon, dili man mo yung nga, i-research running wala kung kabayad karon ng bulan week, kay kita ni putlan karon kung na yung bill deposit, dili man putlan ng bigyapon. So, in essence, captive na daan ang kuan, ang consumer, kay siyempre, pumayad ng bitaw na kwarta, pero naman ipanahon na piki. So, captive siya, baluin kayo siya. Murag, kasuktan pa siya na walay pasensya luwal na kung kuan yun, malapas na due date, putlan yun. So, wala dito pa nga, dili ka putlan ka na yung bill deposit. Or ikaw, owner mo ka. So, naay kuan kay tag-iya ka. Wala man, putlan ng bigyapon. Muna ningon sila captive market ba ang electric consumers. Wala siya choice. Bayad din siya. Sa pagtag-iya siya. Konsumante, tulo ka na, tulo. So, anyway, that's my point lang siguro to the two GMs. To equal the playing field because of this pandemic and because of what happened karon nga there is an increase in our monthly bills. I will actually nakapasa na ko last session and I will pass now. I'll propose another resolution addressed to Pebeco Pranara na sa inyo. Tubagon ini, tubagon na ninyo. And if you are backed up with advisories from ERC, so pwede man na ninyo dili ikuan. But ang among mundo, labi na sa ako, I'm representing the indigenous peoples. Lukoy kayo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, a sort of plan sa kay board. Actually, the reason why nag-collect o i-allow po ang pag-collect of bill deposit is because our suppliers also demand for a bill deposit.
How do you compute your
Anak ko na siya,
deposit?
pero on our case, sa mga karon, paningkamutan din namo nga ang iyo ang power supplier nga ayaw na lang ng bill deposit. Ayaw na lang ipag-deposit ng tag 100 million, tag 50 million. No. Mo na yung among i-ban po, no? Bill deposit was computed based on the estimate nga load niya sa iyang load. So, mo na yung among computation. Pero with itong equaling board,
Based on demand charge?
no, kung pila to yung kilowatt hours na expected 1 month na consumption.
Estimate lang.
Estimate.
Based on demand charge.
Pero-
But demand charge is fixed.
Pero other suppliers, other consumers, especially katong mga beneficiaries sa city verification programs, atong gina-consider. Gina-consider ito sila bayad sa ilang bill deposit. Thank you very much.
Okay, Board Member Mara.
Other matters ni Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Pasensya na medyo napuna na ito.
Pamagpapin natin.
Kami, wala kami nakasugot sa posisyon. Marami. Pabigyan kami. Sa manager, kamu may magpa-bangka pa mo kanyapon. I would like to ask to General Managers if you have gotten already the ordinance ng among napasa dito sa Sanggunian. Katong ordinance prohibiting the planting of trees near or under.
Yeah.
Nakipa ang sakya. Okay. Wala to sa sir. Take to tuntok lang.
Thank you very much sa resolution, Mr.
Ordinance.
Ordinance.
Ay na i-insert sa iyo to.
Yeah.
Take to
Okay,
tuntok
mga-
lang kay sige ka burn out yapon. Oh, thank you sir.
So, wala na?
Kami burn out ito.
Resist.
Attorney Bilkan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to adjourn the public hearing of this committee of the whole.
Public hearing of this committee of the whole is hereby adjourned. Thank you very much. Kusiko and Pikiko members, Board of Directors, thank you very much for coming.
Right.